Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Umineko. We resume our wonderful adventures in the evening as the rain comes in and Maria cries over the loss of her flower. I know, it was just one rose amongst 10,000 others in the same garden, but it was apparently very special to her. And that's why it's worth crying or screaming at people over. Yes, truly a wonderful world we live in. But hopefully she grows up after this. After all, at some point you need to stop being super entitled that people do everything for you and learn to accept that transient things like roses are not going to last forever, especially when you don't do anything to preserve them. Alright. Kinzo noticed the sound of the raindrops beating on the window. It seemed to be pouring down thickly. It had begun to rain later than the weather report had predicted. Wait a minute, I thought we started at the second line of that. Interesting. Kinzo approached the windows as if being summoned by the sound of the rain. The sound of the rain is a sound of silence. I mean, if there's enough raindrops, it does in fact sound like large, slower static. I can see that. The sound feels quieter than any silence, and makes humans remember that in the end they are alone from the moment they are born to the moment they die. Thanks, that's depressing. You're late, Beatrice. Oh my goodness. Were those words directed at the rainy sky? There is no one to be seen in the direction of Kinzo's gaze. Then let us begin. Let's begin our banquet of miracles. Hey, how's it going, dude? This island's now been cut off from this world. Yep, the typhoon's definitely making it impossible to leave the island. Now there are none who can interrupt my ceremony. There are many fitting sacrifices for you, so we are trying to get people killed and possibly res them on the last day. 4 of my children, 3 of their companions, 4 of my grandchildren, me. My guests and my servants, how's it going, Zervis? You may devour as many as you please. I mean, we know this guy's obsessed with Beatrice, so he doesn't care about other people's lives. This isn't new information to us. The key of fate will select the sacrifices in accordance with the demon's roulette. Oh boy. Okay. We still haven't found the key, right? Does the key select and kill people before the key is found? If that roulette was to choose me, even I will become your sacrifice. However, because of that, because I will bet on such madness, I will most assuredly bring forth a grand miracle. They need 6 sacrifices, at least. Or 11, right? It's 11 or 12 sacrifices total? Come, devour to your heart's content. So are things gonna start happening now that the typhoon's here? Oh, I was predicting that would be the indication of like the start of things happening, right? The typhoon or the evening where the typhoon arrives, you know, they wake up and then things start getting put into motion. I will achieve victory over that roulette. I will put everything on the line. First, I'll return the inheritance of the Yashiromiya family. Accept it. Okay. Kinzo tore the window open, ripped a golden ring off his finger, and forcefully threw it away. At that time, the sound of thunder rang out, giving the illusion that the lightning had accepted the ring. You know, for someone who's obsessed with not having the windows open because that might mess up his research and papers, opening the windows in the middle of like a typhoon and throwing stuff at them, probably gonna mess up your room for a little bit. And when you are resurrected, for the 5 minutes she's resurrected, surely I'll be the one who stands witness. Maybe. I mean, I'm curious. The last series they did, Higurashi, we didn't quite know who the villain was till the final arcs. So I'm not sure that Kinzo is going to be a long-time villain that they have to defeat. I'm curious how it's going to go. Like, are they going to make him a villain or merely the mastermind who's like putting things into motion at the start of the events? Because it's very possible they just axe Kinzo at the start of just about every arc. Except for maybe like the first one or something, maybe. So that they can have a villain for the first one before they have like something show up. I'm curious if he's going to be a villain. As it's not quite clear from this, and based on how they wrote the last story, whether or not Kinzo's going to be like an opposition for them to defeat. Because he might just be the person putting things into motion in the first place. Alright. You'll survive until the end and watch over her as she awakens. So come, Beatrice! Welcome to my banquet. He goes on and on. In exchange for all I've created, show me another miracle just this once. And there it is. Beatrice. Ooh, a mirror break. That means we're changing times. Alright. It's 5 in the afternoon, and now it's 6. Okay, it's been an hour. Alright, what's happening in this hour? This man can't go an hour without screaming Beatrice. No wonder his throat is worn out, and he's coughing all the time. I was screaming Beatrice like that every single day, I'd be feeling that too. A news ticker popped up on top of the TV program we were watching. Oh. The disaster report told how municipalities all over were continually sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. Of course, the raindrops beating harshly on the window were even more convincing. The rain's incredible. I wonder if... So they custom built this mansion. I assume they didn't... I know they're like off the coast on an island. I assume they built the manor on like the northwest or west side of the island, right? And not like the east side, right? Like, if you were designing this mansion, you'd probably want the mansion to be on the side of the island that is not facing the ocean and is facing like the mainland, or at least Japan, so that you don't get directly hit by typhoons, right? Like, I'm not an expert in where to fucking build in places that regularly get hit with hurricanes, but if you're building on an island, you build in a way that makes it so that the island itself takes the brunt of the impact and you're kind of just chilling out in the wake of things, right? So they're probably going to be okay, like storm-wise. Because they basically have like an entire island to shield them from waves and shit. And they're built pretty high off the shoreline. So like they should be pretty good if there's flooding or something. It'd just be like really awkward at the harbor area. Still, when it's raining this hard, it also feels like it might stop at any moment. Yeah, it's hard to tell when it stops. You kind of just like surprise or don't notice it. You wish. They said the typhoon's moving slowly. It might be like this all day tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Even a little bad weather stops the boats from coming. Looks like we won't be able to head out on Sunday after all. The good news is, since they're so far from any civilization, they're probably They're probably on generators or some independent power source, so I wouldn't be too worried about the power going out. Unless, like, a line near the house got severed, because they probably use, like, an underground line for that. Right? They probably have, like, a storehouse or a basement. They probably have a storehouse or a basement, and then they have, like, an underground power line to their mansion. So, I mean, if you're expecting storms, you surely don't build your power lines above ground. So it looks like we won't be able to head out on Sunday after all, just in case. I cleared all outside business from my Monday schedule, and I'm glad I did. Which means, looks like we'll get to skip school Monday. Hey, I'll take it. Living on an island's starting to sound pretty good. Come to think of it, wait, Jessica, you gotta take a boat to school every day, don't you? What do you do when the boat stops running? You stay home when it rains? You stay home when it rains and show up late when the wind's blowing like King Kamehameha? Wait, is King Kamehameha a real fictitious character? Is that a real story? Because I only know Kamehameha from, like, Dragon Ball. Where it's like the main projectile energy attack of the fighters. If the boats don't come, I stay home. It's not as good as it sounds, though. Usually I'm ordered to study by myself, so it's not that fun with someone standing right behind you watching everything you do. King Kamehameha was the first king of Hawaii? Really? Interesting. Today I learned something. Thanks, guys. During the rainy season, does the weather ever stay bad for a long time? Does it make you miss like a bunch of days in a row? It happens sometimes. Fair enough. Wow, that sounds annoying. Still, I'd get a call from my homeroom teacher every single day who'd sourly guide me on how I should teach myself and what I had to turn in. Oof, that sounds annoying. She can't skip school as easily as you're imagining, Battler. She's got to follow the rules for people that travel to school by boat and get a good amount of studying done. It'd actually be easier just to go to school. In my own room I get distracted and can't concentrate. Do you not have a study in this colossal fucking mansion that has like its own dedicated hotel for the guests that visit once a year? Like, surely in one of your two mansions you have a study hall, a study room, right? Like a library, maybe? After being made to do nothing but workbooks for several days straight, it's pretty hard to handle all the mental stress. When I get into college, I really want to go to some dorm and quickly say goodbye to this inconvenient island. Yeah, well, the good news is she's from a wealthy family, so she's probably going to a pretty good school. And that pretty good school is probably in Japan proper and not on an island, so she'll probably get her wish. There's no way they make her take a plane, right? There's no way they make her take a boat and a plane. That'd be like 3 hours travel time or more. But like an hour at customs both ways. That'd be like an hour at customs at least. Like 20. How long was their flight? Like 30 minutes? So that'd be like 2 hours. That'd be like at least 2 hours, not including the taxi and the boat. That'd be crazy. And like any other actual traveling from the airport to your final destination, that would suck. 3 hours seems about right, assuming their boat ride's pretty short.
じゃあよ、ちなみに行きは天気が良くても 帰りは悪くて欠航ってなったらどうすんだ?
By the way, what do you do when the weather's good in the morning but gets bad on your way home so the boats are closed?
学校に泊まるのか?
You spend the night at school?
そういうのはよくあることだぜ。
Now that happens a lot.
だから帰島できない人用の宿泊所があってよ。
Because of that, they've built some lodgings there for people who can't get back to the island they live on. Wait, there's actually like a small hotel at the school for students who can't go back home?
そこに寝泊まりするんだよ。
That's where you'd spend the night?
下手すりゃ数日間家に帰れないこともあったりするぜ。
Sometimes when it gets really bad, you can't get back home for a few days at a time.
乗車率が 200% を超えるような満員電車で毎日通勤通学しなければならない人から見てみる
Someone
と
commuting to school or work on a train packed to twice its capacity might carelessly think
船の
that
通学なんて趣があって良さそうだななんて
commuting
無
by
責任
boat
に
would be
思っちゃうけ
interesting
ど
and fun. It sounds like more of a pain than anything, honestly.
やっぱりいろいろと苦労があるん
Yeah,
だ
it
ね
sounds like it comes with troubles of its own. A lot of them.
よく無神経な観光客がそういうこと言ってるぜ。
You hear thoughtless tourists saying stuff like that all the
私は
time?
島の生活なんてもうお腹いっぱいだ
I've
ね。
had enough of island life.
早く高校出てこんな島とはおさらばしたいぜ。
I really just want to graduate high school and say goodbye to the island. Living in the
高校にだっ
mansion's
て
nice. Everything else
全寮
not
制
so
のと
great.
ころとかあったろうよ。
But there are all dorm schools even for high school, right? Yeah. Wealthy boarding schools. I'm surprised she wasn't sent there in the first place.
なんでわざわざ新島の学校を選んだんだよ。
Why'd you choose that Nijima school of all places?
私は最初からそれを希望してたぜ。
I wanted to go to one of those from the beginning. Makes sense.
でもお袋がよ、当主後継ぎとしての修行やらマナーやらがうんぬん
But
と
mom's
うるさ
always
くてよ
going on about how I need to learn manners and discipline as the successor.
結局高校も地元になっちまったのさ。
So I ended up sticking close to home even for high school. Oof. Sorry, Jessica. That sucks.
こんな島はごめんだぜ。
Weird. I hate this island.
早く都会で生活したいよ。
I just want to go live in a city. I can sympathize.
雨が降ろうが槍が降ろうが、ラフな格好でサンダルを履けば。
I don't care if rain or even spears fall from the sky as long as I can move to a city where I can wear casual clothes and sandals.
5分足らずでコンビニに行けるような都会に引っ越したいぜ。
And can get to a convenience store in less than 5 minutes. Please, you're rich enough. Get a drone delivery. Oh wait, it's pouring right now.
もう少しの辛抱だよ
Hold out a
高校
little
卒
longer.
業まであとちょっとでしょ
A bit more and you'll graduate high school, right?
そのちょっとも我慢で
Can't
き
wait
ね
like
えぜ。
that. Jessica stretched out and reclined on the sofa. Maybe it was a bad time slot because there weren't any interesting programs on, and we had nothing to do but languidly kill time until we were called for dinner. Ah, yes. Yes, early TV before the internet. Sucks, doesn't it? You sit down and you're like, is there anything good on like the 50 channels I have? Or maybe you just have cable or whatever your TV gets as a reception and you only have like 5 channels. You look at what's on and you're like, fuck, there's nothing here. Shit, this is gonna be a boring day. Like the most exciting thing is like some dumbass soap opera that you've never heard of that sucks. And they're in like episode 584 and you have no clue what's going on. I've been there. Right. After that episode, Maria never returned to the cousin's room after all. And that's why staying home all day from school and watching TV is or was a terrible idea, because there was fucking nothing on during the day most of the time. So after that episode, Maria never returned to the cousin's room after all. Oh, she's just hanging out outside. Aunt Rosa probably took her back to the mansion. It had to be pretty boring for Maria all by herself while the adults had a confusing conversation. Yeah, probably. But she was making a big fucking scene. Like, holy shit, dude. That was a serious freaking scene. Like, calm down for 2 seconds, please. It's like my first thought. Hydrate. Alright, let's have a drink. We thought we might as well head over to the mansion to see her, but the weather really was awful. Yeah, I'd only go over there at dinner time. Since there wasn't much time until dinner, we stayed where we were. Yeah, they're like, fuck it, I'm not gonna cross over through the rain. I'm surprised they don't have like a covered area that leads to the mansion. Wouldn't that make sense? Like if you build an adjoining house, if you're building an adjoining house, surely, and you have the money, surely you'd have like a covered area. Like it doesn't have to be like a sealed room, but just like a roof. Like like just a simple roof with supports that and like a stone path or something, so you don't have to walk through the mud. Oh well. Like a nice cobblestone path with a roof. Keeps you out of the sun when it's hot too. You can kind of lounge there, chill out in the shade. Oh, how's it going, my dude? Nice to see you again. At that time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. Jessica answered. Shannon? Yes? It's Cannon. Okay. The preparations for dinner are complete. Please come to the mansion. It was Cannon-kun's voice. Did he go to all the trouble of coming from the mansion in the rain just to get us? Couldn't he have just called us on the phone? Well, I guess servants at work don't always get to take the most efficient route. Just when I was getting hungry. Let's go. George Anarchy turned off the TV and stood up. My stomach's been growling for a while. Alas, last time we got called to dinner, we had to basically sit there for like, what, 30 minutes? While Grandpa AFK'd in his room until we found out he wasn't coming. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. I've always been a huge fan of the main family dinners. Didn't Goda say it was like calf steak or something? I can't wait. That sounds good. Our dinners are always even more fabulous than usual when the family conference comes around. Even I'm looking for it. Forward to it. Let's go, let's go! As we left the room, Cannon-kun bowed silently and respectfully. Okay, let's go. Is the rain pretty nasty out there? Yes. Take care not to get your garments wet. It's pouring and windy. After seeing the three of us out, Cannon-kun peered into the empty room. Wasn't Mario with you? No, she's not. Wasn't she with Aunt Rosa? No, she's having a tantrum in the rain. She'll be fine. Rosa was lying on a sofa in the empty parlor, having fallen asleep before she knew it. She was bearing a burden that the children couldn't even imagine. And that's why she only needed to let her guard down a little before the weariness immediately dragged her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over her, her eyes snapped open as though she'd been shocked with electricity. Thank you, Genji. When she realized that the thing that touched her was just a blanket and that Genji had been considerably giving it to her, she let out a sigh of relief. Did I wake you? My apologies. No, it's okay. She's probably used to Maria waking her up by grabbing her, so the second she felt something touch her, she just boom, right awake, right? I hadn't planned on sleeping in the first place. What time is it? It's been about an hour, so 6. When he was asked for the time, Genji checked a pocket watch that he took out of his chest pocket. It's slightly after 6. Okay, good. Rosa gave her head a little shake when she realized that not much time had actually passed, even though it felt like she'd slept for ages. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that had enveloped her must have been pretty deep. Thanks. I'll be fine without the blanket. I mustn't sleep at such a strange time. Yeah, you'll ruin your sleep schedule when you actually want to go to bed. My sense of time's been completely thrown off. The rain,
雨とうとう降り出したのね。
Really started pouring, hasn't down in earnest, hasn't it? Rosa finally realized the peaceful sound that put her to sleep was actually the rain.
風もだいぶ出てるよね。
The wind's blowing hard
いよいよ
too.
台風なのかしら。
I wonder if the typhoon's finally
そ
here.
のようにテレビでは申しております。
That is what they said on TV.
遅い台風だそうで。
It was our first sacrifice, Maria. I'm curious if she's gonna die. It's like, does she die or does she find the first clue? You know, it's like a 50-50 whether she's useful or being written out of the story really early. Or maybe they're just like, you know, faking us out and nothing's gonna happen to her. That's what they said on TV. The typhoon's moving slowly. They think it'll be like this all day tomorrow.
そう。この素敵なバラ庭園も日中のあれが見納めだったのね。
So our last chance to see that wonderful rose garden must have already passed by. From the window, what she could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and rain. Maria.
そうだ。
Maria. What about Maria?
マリアは？
私はお見かけしておりませんが、
I've not seen her.
ゲストハウスにお戻りではないでしょうか。
Did she not return to the guest house? No, she was throwing a tantrum in the rain. Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, so a chill ran down her spine. Ooh, food. That sounds nice. Maria was stubbornly honest, and if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever. Well, she ordered herself to do it, so I guess she can sit in the rain until she's bored. Even in pouring rain? Well, look out the window.
いとこの子たちは先に行ってしまったから、あそこには
The
マリア一
cousins
人。
left before I did. Maria was alone.
あの子は誰かにもうやめろと言われない限り、たとえ槍が降ってこようとあそこに居続けるわ。
The cousins left before I did. Maria was alone unless someone told her to stop. She'd stay there even if it started raining spheres. I mean, we did tell her to stop, remember? Rosa, you told her to stop and give it up at some point? It's just a random ass rose? She refused to. It is 100% her choice to be out in this rain, although she's not old enough to be able to analyze risks properly, but... You're on the computer and you have a How Nintendo. Nice, nice. Without even opening an umbrella. Yep, seems about right. How could I have lost control of my emotions and done such a thing? Even though she'd known about Maria's simple honesty better than anyone, she'd once again lost control of her emotions and done something terrible. Oh, she's taking off after her grandfather and screaming women's names that end in vowels. Maria! Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hall. And she goes out in the rain. The outside really looked like a typhoon and the rain was pouring spectacularly. Maybe because it was some aspect of the terrain, the winds weren't typhoon class, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. Even so, it certainly was a windy rain. There was no time to admire the roses being drenched.
とりあえず今はマリアが気になるぜ。
Anyway, I'm pretty worried about Maria.
まさかあの後もずっと一人でへそ曲げて。
You don't think she's still rebelliously searching for that rose alone, do you? Well, I guess someone's gonna have to drag her crying ass back inside.
そうだね。
I wonder.
さすがにこの雨じゃ。
Surely she wouldn't do it in the rain.
と思いたいところだけど、マリアちゃんはたまにすごく頑固で、
At least I wish I could believe that. Maria's sometimes gets really stubborn and intensely straightforward. We hadn't worried much, thinking Aunt Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, when Canon-kun had come from the mansion to call us and thought Maria was here, we got a little worried.
お屋敷ではお見かけしませんでしたので、てっきりこちらにおられるとばかり。
What about her room? Did anyone check her room? I didn't see her in the mansion, so I was sure she was here. I would have Canon check the room first. Check the room she's supposed to be staying in.
ローザ様は仮眠を取られておいででしたので。
After all, Rosa-sama was taking a nap.
ここに来る途中に見かけなかったのかよ。
You didn't see her on your way here? She could just be in her room taking a nap, who
申
knows?
し訳ございません。
Copium. My
傘を差
apologies.
し急ぎ駆け抜けたもので。そ
I
こ
opened
ま
my
で注意を払いません
I
でし
opened
た。
my umbrella and ran as fast as I could. I did not pay much attention. If he cut through the rose garden, taking the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house, he would have just barely missed the place where Maria was looking for her rose. It was raining this hard, too. It certainly would have been possible for Cannon to fail to notice her.
ここで議論するより直接確かめる方が早いです。
Instead of arguing, it would be faster to check it out directly. Is no one going to check her room? Like, you're in the shared room, but what about Maria's room? Is nobody going to check there? Just be like, maybe she's in her room. I mean, you might be coping really hard, but like, maybe she's there?
兄貴、ちょいとかけっこと行こうじゃねえかよ。
Aniki, why don't we race over there?
6年成長したから僕に勝てるつもりかい？
Oh, you think you can beat me now that you've been growing for 6 years?
決着をつけようじゃないか。
Alright, let's settle this.
行こう。
Go. No count to 3, they just go. George, Aniki, and I flew out into the rain. Jessica and Cannon-kun follow us. Nobody's checking their room? Alright. Rosa screamed for Maria. If you're there, answer me.
ローザおばさんだ。
It's
ロー
Rosa.
ザ。
Hey, Rosa! When George called back, Rosa jumped at him and grabbed onto him. Where's Maria? Causing more trouble for you. Isn't she with you?
いえ、僕たちはあの後マリアちゃんには出会ってません。
We didn't meet with Maria after that. We had Beatrice, and now we have Maria. It should be Maria. The emphasized separately because that's how it goes. But anyway, 6 years ago, Maria was 3 years old. It should be because it's Maria. It's 3 syllables, not Maria. The re is not emphasized, right? 6 years ago, she was 3 years old. She was a cute and pure kid who'd accept whatever anyone said. 6 years have passed since then. She's 9 and experiencing the ups and downs of life. Should have taught her something. But no, it seems like she hasn't learned anything. Maria, are you telling me you're still as dumb as you used to be?
Maria!
As I circled the rose bed, something white unexpectedly turned to face me. It was a white umbrella. Maria was crouching down, holding an umbrella and still searching for that rose. Told you she was something. Her face, which turned bright red from crying her eyes out, was dirtied with mud and water. It was a truly pitiful sight. And she's getting everyone soaking wet because she's a dumbass. Alright. You. Are you still looking? I can't find it! Jesus Christ. Can't find my rose. Oh, she's still wailing about her rose. I guess just leave her there because she's not going to go anywhere and is going to scream at you. I've learned my lesson. If I was battle, I'd just be like, fuck it. You want to be there? Bye. You want to scream about the rose? Bye, I'm gone. I'm not dealing with this bullshit. We already had you make one scene about this. I'll just leave you to your fucking devices. Let your mom deal with you. Maria had probably been here since the rain started pouring down. Her shoulders were freezing, she looked tired to the bone, but fortunately since she was holding an umbrella, she wasn't completely soaked. Be like, fuck this shit, I'm out? Yeah. I'm not dealing with dumbasses like this. You want to stand in the rain for 4 hours looking for a flower that's clearly gone? Sure, do it. Especially after screaming at me to find it. Like, if you're gonna order me around and yell at me to find shit for you that I don't even think exists, I'm probably not in a good mood to even cooperate with you or help you out in the first place. Let alone if you like throw a massive fucking temper tantrum because nobody's found it for you. I'm gonna be like, okay, princess, you do your own fucking thing, I'm out. And if she wants to stand here for 4 hours looking, alright. Like, do it, I guess. The umbrella probably came from the handbag she always carried around. Thank goodness. Seriously, thank goodness. Battler King. Thank goodness you found her. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, she's still out here. She clearly didn't learn anything. Which means your disciplinary method sucked, by the way, Rosa. You're using physical force and you're still not being effective. So either you need to reapproach your methods of discipline, or your methods of teaching in general. Probably both. And Rosa threw her umbrella aside and hugged Maria. It's not here. Where's my rose? And she's still crying about the rose. I'll look for it with you later, okay? Put it on hold for today. Okay? Put it on hold for today. It looked like Maria wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. See? Maybe she's just mentally different? I mean, maybe. I'm not saying that's wrong. Like, there's a non-zero chance she has some developmental disorder, or is on the spectrum somewhere. There's a pretty solid chance, based on Rose's testimony, that she probably is. You might need to like be really slow with her to get it across to her, or like explain things really thoroughly, or something like that. She doesn't seem to listen to too many rational arguments, though. Half of her just seems like really entitled and unwilling to listen to anyone else's like opinion, or accept that anyone else has anything other than her opinion. Maybe she's just like super entitled because she's rich as fuck. I don't know. Alright, Cannon and someone. Jessica probably caught up with us. I'll have a towel ready in the mansion immediately. Maria, were you here this whole time? Sorry. Sorry for being a bad mother. Why don't we head back to the mansion for the time being? If we stay here, Maria's gonna catch a cold. The dreaded anime cold. You're right. Maria, let's go. Is she gonna throw another tantrum? I think they said she was burnt out, so she wouldn't scream and wail because she might be out of energy. If we don't get you cleaned up, grandfather will be mad. Hungry. Well, it is already time to eat. I mean, that's what we were getting called for. Good job holding out, Maria. You made it all the way to dinner time. It's just an hour. Once the weather gets better, we can go search together. We gotta placate her. We couldn't stay in the rain forever. We took Maria with us as we headed back to the mansion. Alright. Maria apparently wasn't as worn out as I thought. When she remembered we were having calf steak for dinner, she started chanting, "I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry," and returned to her usual spirited self. Yep, distract her. Distract her, that sounds like a good plan. Distract her with food. Aunt Rosa didn't chide Maria for saying ooh. I see. So she had an umbrella on her. He sure is good at packing the right stuff. Oh. I didn't bring an umbrella. Oh. Wait, how'd you get the white umbrella you're holding? Oh. I borrowed it. Some caring person must have brought her an umbrella. A normal kid would look for shelter once it started raining, but Maria was too stubborn to give up so easily. So maybe that caring person gave up on telling her to find shelter and decided to at least give her an umbrella. Is this where it turns out like that, like Beatrice or some third party gave her a fucking umbrella at random? And like all the servants are going to deny it? Cannon wasn't aware, Genji wasn't aware, there's like a few more people, 3-ish? I see. Oh.
その人にお礼を
I'll
言わ
have
な
to
い
thank
と
that
ね。
person.
誰？
Who was it? Is she gonna say like Beatrice? Good. Called it! I was like, is she gonna say Beatrice? Oh, it's so obvious. Beatrice. The name Maria cheerfully mentioned was that of the island's witch. Rosa took a deep breath and asked again, trying to do so in a way that wouldn't damage Maria's good mood.
そう。
Really?
よかったわね。
That's
それで
wonderful.
誰なの？
So, who was it?
傘を持ってきてくれた人は。
Who brought you the umbrella?
おお、ベアート。
Santa? Beatrice. I don't know what you expected, Rosa. Maria immediately realized her mother didn't believe her and started crying out unhappily again. Oh boy, here we go. Rosa stopped pursuing the subject. She's just like, fuck it, alright. You want to say the island witch brought her an umbrella? Sure. It'd probably be faster to ask whoever lent Maria the umbrella during dinner rather than ask Maria herself. Let's see if Father, alright, is he gonna come down for dinner?
せめて晩餐にだけは出席してください。
At least join us for dinner?
これでは親族会議になりません。
It won't be a family conference otherwise, come on, dude. It's not gonna be a I don't know, I'm kind of surprised they named it conference. I know they're like semi-professional at it, but still. At least call it like a family gathering or something. Oh well. Weird translation is weird. Along with a dull pounding on the door, the sound of Krause's entreaty could be heard. However, the voice seemed to be resigned to the fact that nothing it said would be heard.
金蔵さん、
Ginzo?
せめて夕食くらいは出ん
You
か
at
ね。
least come out for dinner. Is he the kind of guy to go sneaking into the kitchens or getting his meals brought up to him? Sneak into kitchens or have meals brought to him. I feel like he's the guy who would get Genji to bring him a dinner later. He'd be like, Genji, fetch me tonight's dinner. And Genji would just like go get him leftovers or some shit, reheat them.
あんたの顔を見ようと息子さんたちが集まってきてるんじゃないか。
All your children have gathered here to see your face, haven't they?
黙れ南條。
Silence.
ビ
No.
ショップが聞かぬか。
So the bishop won't work.
言って足りぬ。
One move too short. Apparently Kinzo is completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. Kinzo's brow was wrinkled as he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. Krause's voice didn't reach his ears.
金蔵さん、
Kinzo,
私も腹が減った。
I'm hungry
下
myself.
に降りて食事をせんか。
Why don't we go down and eat?
ならばお前だけで行くといい。
Go by yourself if that's what you want.
私はもうしばらくこの一手を吟味させてもらうぞ。
Let me consider this next move for a while longer.
今夜で決着をつけてやる。
We'll finish this tonight. Alright.
さもなくば、お前との決着は金輪際つけられそうにないか
I
ら
mean,
な。
otherwise, it's doubtful we'll finish before the world ends. Nanjo rose from his seat, hoping this would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to chess, but he'd never seen him concentrate as hard as this. It was almost as though Kinzo was telling the truth, and there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest if they didn't finish tonight. It seemed no matter how obstinately he called out to Kinzo, it wouldn't reach the latter's heart. The man really likes his chess. Surely that's the only reason. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Krause was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Krause was taken aback, thinking maybe Kinzo was actually coming out. But Nanjo was the one who appeared, and Krause let out a sigh of relief.
南條先生、
Dr. Nanjo.
親父殿は
His father...
お役に立てなくて申し訳ございませんな。
Sorry, I couldn't be of service.
今や金蔵さんの世界はこの部屋だけです。
Right now, this room is Kinzo-san's whole world. Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Kraus raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting,
お父さん、聞こえますか？
Father, can you hear me?
私たちは下へおりますが、気が向かれたらいつでもおいでください。
We're headed down now. Join us anytime you feel.
息子兄弟一同、ずっとお待ちしておりますよ。
All your children are waiting for you. His voice was loud and he was making a racket pounding on the door. There was no way it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. Well, it certainly was reaching him, but he ignored it anyway. Unlike the time he'd been called down for lunch, he didn't fly into a rage, though. By now, Kinzo was calm at heart, as though he had taken on a philosophical view and turned himself over to fate.
晩餐にも息子たちの顔にも興味はない。
Neither the dinner nor the faces of my children interest me in the slightest.
私がここを出るのはベアトリーチがよみがえる時か私が鍵の生贄に選ばれた
I will
時
only leave
だ
if
けだ。
Beatrice is resurrected or I'm chosen as a sacrifice for the key. Okay.
もう悪魔のルーレットは
The
回っ
roulette
て
of
いる。
demons has already started spinning.
今
Alright.
さら晩餐に何の意味があろう。
What meaning does dinner have at this point? Okay. As though the painfully loud banging on the door completely failed to enter his hearing, Kinzo silently thought about his next chess move, still in his philosophical state. Right. See, it would be useful if he was here, because there'd be a claim that Beatrice existed here. As always, Kinzo's figure couldn't be seen anywhere in the dining hall. Kraus, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo.
親父殿は相変わらずご気分が優れられないそうだ。
Father says he's still not feeling well.
年に一度の親族が集まるこの機会に同席できないことを
He
非常
truly
に
regrets
残念がられておられた。
missing this once-in-a-year opportunity to sit together with his gathered family. So it's very curious, right? Kraus is the only line of communication. You know, you think the uncle would be paying, or grandfather would be paying attention. Kraus is the only line of communication that he has to the outside world. He wants people to be doing the search for this treasure, but he's not reinforcing that the treasure is real or that people need to be searching for it, other than to the servants who are in the room with him. Like, Kraus is not saying people need to find it and that he'll give them fucking everything he has if they get it. Kraus is just saying the guy's not feeling well. Like, he's delivering lies that are actually working against his father Kinzo's plans. I'm surprised Kinzo's being like so fucking lazy to expect this to not be an issue for him. Like, shouldn't he be trying to get people to search up the treasure at some point? It feels weird that he's not. And he's missing like Maria's sighting of Beatrice now too. Ava and Rudolph sniggered. Even Kinzo's personality, there was no way he'd show sign of regrets. And none of his relatives showed any regret in his absence.
ではディナーを始めようじゃないか。
Why don't we start dinner?
どうだ、始めたまえ。
Goda, begin.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
それでは始めさせていただきます。
If you'll allow me, what do we got? When Goda was told to start the family conference dinner, his biggest time to shine of the whole year, he nodded with a broad grin.
マリアに傘を貸してくれた人は誰かしら？
May I ask who lent Maria an umbrella? When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone noticed.
傘？
An umbrella?
何の話？
What's this about?
さっきマリアがバラ庭園にいた時に雨が降り出して。
Well, you see, back a short while, Maria was in the rose garden when it started
誰か
raining.
に白い傘を借りたみたいなんだけど、お礼が言いたくて。
She apparently borrowed a white umbrella from someone. I wanted to thank them.
俺たちじゃねえぜ。
It wasn't one of us.
ローザが出てった後は部屋を移してずっと仲良くおしゃべ
After
り
you
をして
left, we moved to a different room and had a friendly chat the whole time.
そうやで。
Right.
あの後も兄弟で仲良くおしゃべりをしとったのや。
Even after that, the siblings had a real friendly chat. The word friendly fell awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips, so even those who hadn't been present could tell the conversation hadn't been a pleasant one.
少なくとも私とエヴァとルドルフと、あと秀吉さんとキリエさんではない
At
こ
the
と
very
も
least, it
確
couldn't
か
have
だ
been
が
me,
ね。
Ava, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, or Kiri-san.
私たちは夏日姉さんとローザさんが出て行った後もずっ
We
と
were
一緒
together
だ
the
った
whole
わ。
time. Even after Natsuhine-san and Rosa
食
left.
事の時間までずっとね。
The whole time until the meal started. Okay, so now it's down to servants, kids, and I think the wife of rude guy. The wife of eldest, Kraus.
兄さんは源氏さんと一緒にお父様を呼びに上の書斎へ。
Isan went to the study with Genji to call father.
私たちはそのまま食堂へ直行したもの。
At that time, the rest of us went straight to the dining
だから
hall.
私たちではないわね。
Wasn't any of us.
傘を貸すなんて親切。使用人の誰かじゃないの？
Couldn't have been a servant kind enough to lend an umbrella?
じゃあゴーダさん。
So it was you, Goda?
私はずっと厨房で準備をしておりましたもので、
I've been in the kitchen the whole time preparing.
申し訳ございません。
My apologies. Goda looked slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. At that time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared, pushing a serving cart loaded with oars to.
じゃあ
What's
熊
it
沢
over?
さん
I don't
か
remember.
シャノンちゃんかしら。
And what about Kumasawa or Shannon?
はい。
Yes?
何か粗相がございましたでしょうか。
Something gone wrong? Because Shannon came in part way, she shrank back, mistakenly thinking the others were searching for the one responsible for an error.
違うよ。
I know it
マ
isn't
リア
like
ちゃん
that.
がバラ庭園に一人でいた時に雨が降ってきてね。
It started to rain when Maria was alone in the rose
誰か
garden.
が傘を貸してくれたんだよ。
After that, someone lent her an
ロー
umbrella.
ザおばさんがその人にお礼を言いたいって言うのさ。
Rosa said she wanted to thank that person.
ああ、ベアトリーチェ。
Maria, her mouth a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Aunt Rosa explained the situation one more time, and as she did, Umasawa-san cackled.
私たちでもございません
Oh, it
よ。
wasn't us.
私もシャノンさんも一緒にお部屋の準備をしておりましたから、お外には出ておりません。
Shannon and I were preparing the rooms together so we didn't go outside.
はい、気が利かなくてすみません。
Sorry, I wasn't able to be of assistance.
部屋の準備
Preparing the
と
rooms.
は何のことかね。
What do you mean by that?
この雨ですから。
Because of the
客人の
rain?
皆さんがゲストハウスにお帰りになられるのも大変かと思って。
We thought it would be troublesome for all the guests to return to the guest house. Oh, there's Natsuhi. Natsuhi's the last person who hasn't spoken
使
up.
用人たちに屋敷内の客室の準備をするように命じた
The
ので
servants
す。
were ordered to prepare the guest rooms inside the mansion.
あら、気が利くじゃない。
Oh, how thoughtful.
そうね。この雨の中、表に追い出すのは失礼だもの
Certainly
ね。
would be rude to chase us outside in this rain.
もう予算か。
Give it a rest.
はい。
The rain's doing all right. They have enough guest rooms that they can all rest in extra rooms in the mansion and have an entire hotel's worth of suites. Nice.
奥様からそのようにご指示を受けまして、私と熊沢さんとカノン君の3人で準備をしておりました。
After receiving the order from Madame, Kumasawa, Cannon, and I started preparing the rooms.
そしてご夕食の時間になり、源氏様からゲストハウスのお子様方をお呼びするよう
It
ご指
became
示
time
を
for
いただ
dinner,
いた
so
ため、
Genji ordered Cannon to go to the guest house and summon the children.
ええ。ですから、カノンさんがゲストハウスに行かれるときに、マ
Did
リアさんを
Cannon
見
find
つけ
Maria on the way to the
て、
guest
傘
house
を
and
お
hand her the
渡しし
umbrella?
たのではありませんか？
Well, looks like by process of elimination, nobody did it.
ほー、
Oh,
違う。
wrong. The person who actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. And she thought asking like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work immediately.
じゃあ夏日姉さん。
Was it you, Natsuhine-san?
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
私は皆さんとの仲良くの語らいの後、頭痛がひどかったので、自
After
分の
our
部屋で休
friendly
んでいまし
chat,
た。
my headache was so bad I've been resting in my room. Alright, and we need to get Beatrice's sprite in game so I can determine who's best girl. But currently, Jessica's at the top.
ですから、表へは出ていません。
Therefore, I did not go outside. Everyone's denying it.
なら
But who was it?
誰なの？ジョージ君たち？
George and the kids?
なわけないわよね。
That can't be right.
いえ、僕たちじ
It
ゃあ
was
りませ
not
ん。
us.
僕たちはずっと ゲストハウスでテレビを見てました。
We were watching TV in the guest house the whole time.
むしろ私たちはマリアはおばさんと一緒に屋敷に行ったとば
We
かり。
actually thought Maria went back to the mansion with you.
そこへカノン君が来て、マリアは一緒じゃないのかと聞いたんで、初
Yeah,
めて
then
屋
when
敷にはい
Cannon
ないの
came,
かって分かったんだよ。
he asked whether Maria was with us, and that's when we realized she wasn't in the mansion.
第一俺だったら、傘を貸すより先に、手引っ張って屋根の下に連れて行くぜ。
Wait, if it were me, I would have grabbed her hand and pulled her under a roof before giving her an umbrella. Rosa was completely baffled. One by one, the relatives and servants denied they had done it. Even though it wasn't really something anyone would need to hide, by process of elimination, the number of remaining candidates was not large.
もちろん私でもありませんが、
Of course it wasn't me.
雨が降り始めてすぐの頃、金蔵さんの部屋を訪ねて、ついさっきまで一緒にチェス
After
を
it
して
began
おり
raining,
ました。
I visited Kinzo-san's room and was playing chess with him until just now.
ということはおじいさま
Which
でもない
means
よ
it
ね。
also wasn't grandfather.
なんだなんだ。
Wait a minute.
妙な話になってきたぜ。
Isn't this getting a bit weird?
あと残るのは誰
Who's
だ。
left?
じゃあ誰？
Then who was it?
源氏さん？
Genshi?
ちょっと待って。
Wait, don't get me
勘違
wrong.
いしないでくれる？別に私は何かの犯人探しをしてるんじゃないのよ。
Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm looking for a culprit or something.
雨の中のマリアに傘を差し伸べてくれた人に母としてお礼
All I
が
want
言い
to
たい
do
だ
is,
けなの。
as a mother, thank the person who gave Maria an umbrella in the middle of the rain. Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised, not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. Why not? Everyone started whispering about how strange this was getting.
落ち着けよローザ。
Calm down, Rosa.
傘を借りた本人に聞けばいいじゃねえか。
Why don't we ask the person who has lent the umbrella? That's what everyone had been thinking since the beginning. They were all scratching their heads why she didn't just ask Maria, who'd been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked.
どうりや。
Of course, of
ルド
course.
ルフ君の言う通りやないか。
Rudolph-kun here has got it
マリ
right.
アちゃん、おじさんに教えてな。
Maria, tell your uncle. Maria
マ
Chan,
リア
tell
ちゃ
your
んに
uncle.
傘を貸してくれたのは誰や。
Who lent you the umbrella? Here we go.
ベアトリー
Beatrice. The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant, but was soon interrupted by a burst of laughter.
なるほど。森の魔女ベアトリーチェが不憫に思って傘を貸してくれたか。
I see. So Beatrice, witch of the forest, felt pity and lent her an umbrella.
いい話じゃないか。
A lovely story.
ローザ、そういうことだ。
And Rosa, there you have it. Rosa's not happy about this answer. Look at her face. She's just like, are you serious, dude? Rosa couldn't believe it. Even though she just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella, why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke? Fun's getting started. This is the first hint, right? This is our first clue that there might be something supernatural or something really big hidden on the island that's, you know, it's unclear whether it's real or false.
フランスおじさんの言う通り
Ew, just like Uncle Krause
ベアト
said.
リーチェが貸してくれたの。
She let me borrow. Yeah,
それはよかった。
isn't it wonderful?
無垢だというのは実に羨ましいことではないか。
We should all be jealous of such purity.
ああ、諸君。
What do you think, everyone? Gross was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking, but Maria was overjoyed and apparently convinced that her claim was being believed.
一体どうなってんの？
How did that
ま
work?
さか本当に魔女が現れて
Does
傘
that
を
mean a
貸し
witch
たって
really
のかよ？
appeared and lent her an umbrella? Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me.
マリアって冗談が言える
Has
タイ
she
プだっ
ever
け？
been the type to make jokes? If we'd heard that kind of story pop out of my old bastard's mouth, we would have taken it as another joke. However, it was hard to explain away like that when Maria said it. This is getting a little bit unnerving.
いや、
No way, no
昔
way.
から愚直なぐらい正
She's
直で
always so
真面目だよ。
frank and serious.
普通なら聞いただけで嘘とわかるような冗談すら鵜呑みにするタイプだぜ。
She's the one who'd believe any joke, even ones normal people could instantly tell were lies. That's why we don't use satire on
マリ
her.
アから冗談を言い出すなんて聞いたこ
I
と
never
ない。
even heard of her cracking a joke. Aunt Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, she had no idea what was going on anymore.
じゃあマリアがベアトリーチェに傘を借りたと言ったなら
So if Maria says she
それは
borrowed an
間違いなく
umbrella
ベアトリーチェ
from Beatrice, that must mean it really was Beatrice.
マリアに関してだけは何かの比喩とか冗談とかそういうこ
We're
とが
talking
考
about
えられ
Maria
ます。
here. I can't think of it as some kind of metaphor or joke.
額面通りの意味だと思うべきだろうよ。
It may be best to take what she says at face value.
じゃあなんだよ
What's going on? Well, I mean, if you want to act rationally, assume it's a human, then you could just say that it's someone from outside the grounds, like someone's living on the island in another house. Or there's another servant you aren't aware of, or some shit, right? Like, there could be a few explanations.
源氏さんあたりがあの肖像画のごついドレスを着てマリアに傘を持って行っ
Are
て
you
やったって
saying
いう
Genji
の
or
が
someone put on that fancy dress from the portrait and gave Maria the umbrella? It could be really be
そんな
her.
ことは知らねえぜ。
I mean, I'm not sure about that.
私が聞きたいくらいさ。
That's what I want to know. Yeah. Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression didn't completely match her attitude. Once the hors d'oeuvres were set out, is it oeuvre or oeuvre? Anyway, and Goda showed off his vast store of knowledge, the meal began. A couple casual chants broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant. The meal ended up being so quiet you couldn't ignore the sound of the rain sneaking into the dining hall. I mean, everyone's had a pretty interesting day. Kumasawa and Shannon pushing the serving cart ran into Genji and Cannon on their way to the kitchen.
源氏さんですか？マリア様に傘を貸されたのは。
What's Genji? Did you lend Maria an umbrella?
傘
An umbrella?
何のことだ
What are you talking about?
はい。
Well,
雨が降り出した時にマリア様は一人でバラ庭園におられたそうで、
I heard when it started raining, Maria was alone in the rose garden.
そこでどなたかに傘をお借りになったそうなのですが、
It seems she borrowed an umbrella from someone
それ
there,
がどなたかわからないのです。
but we don't know who it was.
僕じゃないよ。
It wasn't
マリ
me.
ア様はゲストハウスにいると思ってたくらいだから
I
ね。
actually thought she was in the guest
バ
house.
トラ様が最初に見つけられた時にはもう白い傘をお持ちだった。
When Battler Sama first found her, she was already holding a white umbrella.
申し訳ないがそれは私でもない
My apologies, it was not me either.
じゃあまさか
Could it actually be
親方様。
the master? Both in the dining hall and right here, everyone stated they hadn't done it. That left only Kinzo, but
何かのご用で廊下を歩かれている時、偶然バラ庭園に傘もささないマリア様が見えたとか。
maybe he went walking down the corridor for some reason when he happened to see Maria in the rose garden without an umbrella.
親方様は
The
マ
master
リア様のことをあまりお好きではない
is not particularly fond of Maria-sama.
同感だね。
I agree.
親方様がマリア様のために直々に開花までお越しになって
I can't imagine for Maria-sama's sake he'd go to all the trouble of descending the stairs with an umbrella.
あら、困りましたわ
My,
ね。
how troublesome. Can we examine the umbrella? I'm just curious. Everyone's curious. Like, why have we not looked at the umbrella and been like, oh, what kind of umbrella is this? Is this a high quality umbrella? Is it an old umbrella? Is it a European umbrella? Is it a Japanese style umbrella? Like a few checks like that would be interesting.
では、マリア様に傘をお貸しになられたのは、本当にベアトリーチェ様ってことに？
How troublesome. Does that mean the one who lent Maria-sama an umbrella really was Beatrice? Kumasawa laughed just like the relatives in the dining hall who laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break through the smoke veiling the current situation. Just then the crisp sound of hands clapping twice rang throughout the hallway. They all turned around at once to see Goda coming out of the dining hall.
さあさあ皆さん、
Alright
ディ
everyone.
ナーは配膳のタイミングも大事です。
When serving a table, proper timing while setting is
すぐ
essential.
にスープの配膳に取り掛かってください。
Please immediately see to setting out the soup.
源氏さん、彼女らは大切なお仕事中ですので、お引き止めになられないでください。
Hello, my friend. Yes, Beatrice has made her first move. The first thing she did was give an umbrella to someone standing out in the rain. A very malicious action, truly filled with ill intent. I mean, we haven't examined the umbrella, but it seems relatively normal. It's gonna be fun. This is nice. They're doing some nice build up. I like how the first arc's going. They're really working in some small changes. This one's pretty obvious by process of elimination that something weird is going on, but there's no evidence as to what happened, as it's all secondhand information. Even that she was given the umbrella by someone is secondhand information. Because you didn't see Maria get the umbrella, right? So the fun is starting, as I predicted when the typhoon arrived. Let's see how crazy things get. I think it's going to be a couple more scenes before we get at least one more clue, right? There's not going to be anything weird happening for the next scene or so. Alright, the women are in the middle of an important job, Genji. Please don't get in their way. Kanon glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, a person Kanon respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Kanon once on the shoulder as a warning. And Kanon reluctantly turned away and returned his expression to normal. Obey Goda's instructions. Hurry. And prepare the dinner table. Come now, there's no time. Don't dawdle. Hurry, hurry. Alright, Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shannon and steadily pushed it towards the kitchen.
では、私どもも厨房に戻らせていただきます。
Allow us to return to the kitchen.
ゴーダさんも気の短い方ですからね。
After all, Goda's temper is very short.
私もこれで失礼いたします。
So I'm currently predicting that there's not going to be anything too crazy during dinner time. The dinner time scene, the reveal of the suspicious stuff is all they need during dinner time. Excuse me, though. Kumasawa and Shannon left. Only Genji and Kanon remained. And through the window, the darkness of the rain night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolt. I thought I saw the word ebony there for some reason. Genji-sama. Did Beatrice really return? I don't know. I don't know. Shall I inform the master? It's not necessary. If she has truly returned, she will eventually appear before the master of her own accord. Furthermore, she's a fickle person. It would be pointless to report to the master, only to find she does not appear. Well, someone's met her. Maybe. I wonder if it means the master's ceremony has already begun. Well, no one's found the gold yet, so the key and the ceremony are not really happening until that happens, right? So far as I can tell, if no one finds the key, there's not going to be any sacrifices to make. So I guess the clue is going to open up. Either they're all going to... either suddenly something's going to slide into place that makes the entire thing really easy to solve. Like maybe there's a copious amount of water, and that's a river that forms the river. Like, let's think about that. It rains a ton. It forms a river. And they follow that river from wherever it leads. So to its destination, where it's going to give them, like, the clue, right? Like, just think of that. The house is made in some way that, like, when the water pools, it's going to form a river or something. Alright, catch you later, my dude. I think that would be cool. Probably. However, that has nothing to do with furniture like us. We must continue to return the favor we received from the master until our final moments. Okay, Genji. That is furniture's duty. The thunder crashed once more. Except for those instants when lightning lit the sky, nothing could be seen out the window but the darkness of night. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, those that are not human rule when the sun is down. The darkness of night that now surrounded Rock and Jima was ruled by another master, and not the Yoshiramiya family. Did this master take pity on Maria when she was alone and being pummeled by the rain in the rose garden, lending her an umbrella? Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, you're like a 1 point redeem. I gotta click it. Yeah, it's good, right? Cannon looked at the rose garden's lights dimly visible beyond the window. The dim lights weren't enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Just looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Cannon forced himself to avert his gaze. If he didn't, he felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light. Can the weather change how people act? It probably influence people's emotional state. Getting frustrated when it's hot out or raining when you wanted to go do something, I can see how it can change how people act. You often hear in stories about things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health. Yep. For some time now, everyone's been struggling to clear the gloomy atmosphere, but any conversation was cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply filled with the sound of rain. Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pear sorbet. Or sherbet? Sherbet? Sorbet? Whatever. Anyway, Goda enthusiastically explained the recipe as soon as this final dish was presented, but I quickly forgot the details. The guest of honor grandfather was absent, the weather was horrible, and the identity of the one who'd lent Maria an umbrella remained a mystery. And they're all like creeped out by this instead of just being like, oh, that's weird. Why'd you buy this much cheese? Typically when I have too much cheese, as I live by myself, so buying even like a single brick of cheese is usually too much. I typically freeze it. I typically shred it and freeze it. As well as frozen cheese is not like particularly good or even as good as like regular cheese. At least it doesn't go moldy, you know? You can just grate the cheese real quick, put it in the freezer. Grated cheese usually thaws pretty quickly since thawing time is like based on surface area, right? Surface area, ambient temperature. So grated cheese has a really high surface area, and it can break apart easily when frozen. I imagine you could probably use bricks. It's not as good as fresh cheese, but hey, it saves you having to buy brick after brick of cheese. Yeah. Yeah, you just put it in plastic bags. It's definitively not as good though. Like the cheese tastes better when fresh. The frozen stuff is, yeah, it's not as amazing. It's just like when anything else that's frozen. You know, you buy meat, you don't really want to freeze the meat. If it's fresh, you want to keep it unfrozen ideally. But you know, a minor quality hit for basically infinite shelf life is pretty good. Infinite time in the freezer, pretty good. So I have like a couple blocks of cheese. I think I have like a third of a block of mozzarella and about the same amount of cheddar frozen. I think it's more space efficient to not grate it, but I don't know if that would warp the shape. Yeah, you can use frozen cheese for cooking. Yeah. Yep. If you don't want to grate it, you can probably just cut it into reasonably sized chunks. Alright, so who lent Marie the umbrella? I don't know why they would care about who lent it. Like, if I was here and no one wanted to admit, I'd be like, fuck it, fine, and move on with life. Maybe I'm just too chill. And I mean, this is supposed to be a horror series, so the unnatural feeling's supposed to be like pervading the scene, but it's kind of funny when you're like, oh, that's weird, we don't know, and everyone's like unnerved and awkward instead of just being like, oh, that's weird, and moving on with it. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. It was too late now, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of a meal. The atmosphere was also critical. Yeah, bad atmosphere. That's why restaurants try to carefully maintain a specific atmosphere that seems appropriate or somewhat uplifting or relaxing. Goda, the supposed conductor of this musical piece called Dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping jokes left and right, but apparently not one of them succeeded. Bad day for everyone. After taking orders for after-dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice, he left for the kitchen. It's weirder when no one's supposed to be on the island. True. True, it is, like, kind of weird. You can't just be some nice stranger. I mean, you could get a similar feeling by, like... You could maybe get a similar feeling by, like, having some random stranger give you something while you're out camping. And you're like, wait, aren't we by ourselves in the wilderness? Like, what? It should have been someone Maria recognized too. Yeah, yeah. It's like Maria should have known everyone, so it's kind of weird she identified Beatrice. But I mean, you could also, if you really wanted to, you could probably just dismiss it in your head, right? As like, even though you don't really think Beatrice or Maria's like that, you could probably say, Maria's the kind of person who is obsessed with Beatrice and wants people to believe she exists, and has like thrown multiple tantrums when people didn't believe that she existed. So she has like every incentive of everyone here except for the grandfather to prove that Beatrice exists. Like, it's really convenient. It's convenient for her. And this is weird, like Battler isn't suspicious enough, because like if I was Battler, I'd be like, this person's clearly doing this, right? I'm gonna put myself in Battler's shoes. This girl, I don't know. I last saw when they were literally 3 years old and didn't have a personality. This random girl who's like obsessed with Beatrice, witches, and magic, while nobody was around her, was apparently given a umbrella by said witch that they're obsessed with. Like, she has every incentive to fucking pretend that she exists. Like, you know, go full Chuny and be like, I was gifted this umbrella, but this umbrella of protection +5 by the gods themselves, you know, go full Chuny. Like, this character's already obsessed with witches. I would be like, okay, they're being like fucking Chuny, you know? Right? Especially because we're in an anime. Like, you know, every single like high school classroom or middle school classroom or even elementary school classroom in like a fucking anime setting can have a Chuny, right? Like Love, Chunibyo, and Other Delusions, both the characters were Chuny in middle school. She's currently in what, grade 4? So she's going to middle school in like 2 years? Like, it's maybe a little early to be full Chuny, but she's already obsessed with witches. Oh, shit, dude. Thanks for the read. How's it going, Pusat? You having a good evening? You ready for the weekend? We're reading some Umineko right now. It's going pretty well. We just had no comment on the accuracy, but we're happy to see you theorizing. Yeah, it's fun. I mean, that's part of the fun of mysteries, right? Is theorizing what happened. So right now, I'm like theorizing that, you know, if it's all real, maybe she's just bullshitting. Now, the characters seem to all be convinced that she wouldn't do that, but hey, it's cool. We're currently having a somber dinner. The weather is terrible outside because it's typhoon, and everyone's confused because everyone on this deserted island is claiming that they didn't give a character an umbrella, while the character's claiming that the witch Beatrice gave her an umbrella. That's right, you know, little girl claims a witch gave her an umbrella, and they're like, hello, everyone who is on the island is here. So it's a little bit suspicious and weird, but nothing unnaturally malicious or completely unexpected. It's just weird that nobody would speak up for this. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Kraus spoke. My.
せっかくゴーダが腕を振るってくれた晩餐も、こうも沈み込んでしまっては実に味気ないというものだ。
What a waste that the dinner Goda worked so hard to create has met with such a gloomy atmosphere. So how was your stream, my dude? You playing the new event on JP? Oh, he's playing Mario Sunshine. Shit, dude. I haven't played Super Mario Sunshine in fucking ages, man. I played that when it came out on the GameCube. That was a long time ago. My favorite level, by the way, for Super Mario Sunshine is that level where the shadow manta ray is traveling around the town and you gotta run around spraying water at it. That's my favorite level. That's my favorite level. I played that level like 10 times. Like, fuck the rest of the game. That level's good. With like the shadow manta ray. It's like the mini boss fight. It's my favorite level. Since you're saying you're going to finish it next stream, you've probably already done it since it's not that far into the game. As I recall, it's like on top of, I think it was like your favorite Noki Bay. Oh, Noki Bay is a good level too. That's a lot of climbing. That's a lot of climbing, and it's a pain in the ass. Noki Bay is the one where you climb like that massive structure above the bay, right? And like if you fall all the way back into the water and have to restart everything. Like it doesn't kill you. It just wastes like 5 minutes of your life getting back up to where you were. Yeah. Yeah, see? I know that shit. I know that shit. I have good memories of Noki Bay. Because I remember falling off that shit when I was like 95% of the way to the top and being like, are you fucking serious, game? Or more accurately, whoa! These blues. Real annoying. Absolutely. Thanks for the follow, my friend. I hope you're having a good time and continue to have a good time. Feels like nothing would taste good today. Oh. I'd like to know why you feel that way. I feel like their friendly chat wasn't all that fun or friendly. That's probably draining the mood on top of all this weirdness. Well, this little bit of weirdness. I can't say all that weirdness because there's not that much, honestly. Later on, I'll do all I can as your older brother to help cheer you up. Yeah, right. Aunt Ava grimaced slightly. I'd already heard she wasn't on good terms with Uncle Kraus, but it was pretty clear now. When I looked around, I noticed my father and Aunt Rosa were also grimacing. Apparently there was something besides the weather troubling all of them. Both Eva and my dad aren't looking too happy. Really? I don't think so. I asked Aunt Natsuhi, who was sitting to my right, but she seemed to be in a bad mood as well. She snapped back as if to say she was absolutely not interested. Well, our adult conversation got a little complicated. It isn't something you guys need to worry about, Battler-kun. Yeah, sure. Right, Natsuhi? Kiri-san? Uncle Hideyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness. Like all the colors drained from him. Is it just me, or did our protagonist's red get less vibrant? I don't know why, but it feels less vibrant. Maybe it's the atmosphere. Natsuhi's not great at deflecting. Yeah, I kind of noticed that when she started screaming about people accusing her family of embezzling when they were clearly doing so. I was like, dude, you're really bad at this deflection thing where you're supposed to pretend that's not happening. And she's like, how dare you investigate me, you monster. It's like, you're literally just giving away that you're stealing money. Come on. Alright. I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their conversation had become. Yeah, without his usual brightness, things are looking sketch. On top of that, even Aunt Natsuhi and Kiri-san, the people he'd directed his comment to, ignored him as though they hadn't heard anything. I didn't know what kind of conversation they'd been having while us kids were away, but it reminded me of how Dad said he had stomach cramps when we arrived at the mansion. The family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi's comment was ignored by the others, and an awkward silence fell over the room, Kiri spoke up. He's like, how do I BS my way out of this? We were talking about how the kids' careers would turn out. Such is what lies in your future, Battler-kun. Would you just drift onto college? Wouldn't that be a little disheartening as a starting line for the long race of life? I don't know where you're getting at. What you're getting at, Kiri? Imagine if no more clues appear and the rest of the story is just a legal drama over the embezzlement and inheritance problems mixed with some slice of life. I mean, that could be an interesting novel. I don't know if it would be an interesting novel, but it could be. But I'm thinking that's not going to be how this thing ends up, given a few of the tags associated with it. Yeah, wait a second, Kira. If you start talking about something like that in the middle of a meal, it won't digest well, and we'll all end up getting constipated. That's right. We were talking about Battler and Jessica's careers.
将来のことは真剣に考えんとあかんで。
You gotta think seriously about that future. He's... I don't know. Hideyoshi heartily agreed as if they'd really been talking about that, but he was probably wrong. It was probably wrong. Kiri had been obviously trying to change the subject. However, if Kiri had determined this was the best course of action for now, she was probably right. Taking this into account, I cast aside my suspicions as to the cause behind their bad moods. Did I hear Ryushiki is writing the next Silent Hill? So this guy's writing the next Silent Hill? Interesting. Well, I'll give him that. He's got a pretty good atmosphere. He's got a pretty good, like... He's really good at, like, building characters in both of the novels I've read of his, so... Though this one and Higurashi. Since he's really good at least building up the characters, playing on their interactions, and maybe doing a little bit of suspicious stuff, I think he could work well as a writer for the next Silent Hill. Masawa-san and Shannon-chan served it to everyone. Goda then explained that this concluded tonight's meal. If only the mood had been a bit more cheery, it might have been the best dinner in my life. It was a shame that this best of dinners couldn't have been had under the best conditions. Giorgio Nichan, is dinner over now? I didn't hear that at all. I didn't hear who was writing the next Silent Hill. I actually haven't played that much Silent Hill in general, but it is famous enough that I'm always interested in news about it, as it is a video game that's well known. So is dinner over? Over? Yeah. Yes, dinner's over. With this, dinner is finished. Don't be rude. Stay in your seat and calmly drink up. Maria looked like she was excited by the occasionally crashing thunder. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She'd been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Yes, Maria, I too hate sitting at the table bored after I've finished eating and people are talking for 30 minutes at family gatherings. It is pretty boring. Actually, hold up. If I recall correctly, last time I went to a family gathering, I'm trying to remember. We went to a family gathering, and due to some drama following my my grandparents' death, we didn't have too many family gatherings for a long time. So we had this one, and I showed up. We showed up to it, and I'm pretty sure my family brought card and board games to play afterwards because we knew we would all be bored out of our freaking minds. And my parents were like, "You guys should really come." And this wasn't like 10 years ago either. This was like maybe like 3-4 years ago. So they all brought. So we brought like some card games so we'd have something to do because like. I don't know, it's just weird going to talk with people that you like barely have a relationship with and just like sitting there awkwardly when like the only person you can really sort of maybe have a conversation with is like your siblings. So we brought card games to like play and have something to do while we were basically just like sitting there because we thought it was rude to leave. I'm pretty sure, did I bring my car there? I think I drove there so that I could leave early. Not because I had to do anything, but because I was like, I know I'm going to get fucking bored, so I'm pretty sure I brought my car. And I was like, I'll just take anyone home who wants to go home and get out of here. Oh, so yeah, I can totally sympathize with Maria just sitting there in like awkward silence. Wait, because the meal's over and you're like, is there something to do here? Like, can I go home? What are we doing? I'm trying to remember what we brought. Did we bring Secret Hitler? I don't think we brought Secret Hitler because it was a board game. I thought we brought just like regular card games like Uno or some shit. Oh, well, it's been a while. Some people are afraid of thunder, while others find it interesting, and Maria was apparently one of the latter sort. Yeah, I find thunder interesting, but I do know a few people who are really uncomfortable with thunder. Therefore, when she heard from George that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. Actually, the person I know who's not comfortable with thunder is also not comfortable with fireworks for the same reason. Which is moderately annoying, because I invited them to see some fireworks, and they're like, fuck no, and I could see the fireworks aren't near enough to their place that they could see them too. It's like, damn, you got a nice view and you're just gonna close the blinds to the fireworks? Oh well. It's what it is. So when she heard dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. She then rose from her seat, took out took out her handbag, which she'd set under her seat, having never left it, even when she was eating, and began fishing around inside it. No one seemed particularly concerned by this behavior.
なんだい
What's
それは
that?
どこから持ってきたの
Where'd you get that? George was the first to notice it, and as he spoke, Battler noticed it too. They saw that Maria was now holding a beautiful Western-style envelope. On the front of the envelope, the Yoshiramiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was done in gold leaf. Furthermore, the fact that it was sealed with dark red wax made it clear it wasn't something Maria could have brought as a prank.
マリアちゃん、それは何？
Maria, what's that? It seemed Natsuhi had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope Maria was holding. Her voice sounded too serious for someone admonishing a small child, so the relatives around us finally noticed.
どうしたよ、夏日姉さん。
What happened, Natsune-san?
それ、
What?
何？
What's that? Oh, it's gonna be interesting.
あなた、
Maria? Where did
そ
you
れを
pick that
どこ
up?
で拾ったの？
Yeah, when did they announce Yushiki's Rikishi is doing the next Silent Hill? I should probably look that up. Get an idea of when it's coming out, so I can maybe schedule that in. Play that whenever it comes out. That'd be cool. Yeah, where did you pick that up?
その封筒は
That envelope has
金蔵さんの
Kinzo's. When Nanjo muttered that, even us kids could understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid. The envelope Maria held was one of the Yoshiramiya family head's custom-made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could only mean one thing. It contained a message from Kinzo. Oh.
どうしてそんな封筒がここにあるんだね
What's an envelope like that doing here?
こいつは面白いもんが飛び出してくるぜ。
That's an interesting thing to come jumping out at us.
ちょいとわしに見せてみ。
Just let me have a peek.
ダメ、マリアが読むの。
No way. I'll read it.
マ
Alright.
リアがみんなに読んで聞かせなさいって言われたの。
I was told to read it to everyone. Oh boy, here we go. We got through dinner. We technically got through dinner before anything weird happened. It was after dinner. I knew it. It was after dinner. It was actually a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be. I wasn't thinking there would be anything in the immediate aftermath of dinner either. Uncle Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope from Maria's hands, but she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let go.
秀吉兄さん、子供相手に力ずくなんていけませんよ。
Hideyoshi-san, you can't use force against a child. Calm down, Hideyoshi. She said she's gonna read it anyway. Like, there's no rush.
マリアちゃん、その封筒はどうしたの？
Maria, where did you get this envelope?
傘を貸してくれた時にベアトリーチェにもらった。
I got it from Beatrice when she gave me the umbrella.
ご飯が終わったらマリアがみんなに読んで聞かせろって言われた。
She told me to read it to everyone after the meal was over.
マリアは魔女の
I'm the witch's messenger.
メッセンジャーなの。
Nice.
メッセンジャー
Messenger.
この島の魔女様は随分と洒落てるじゃねえかよ。
The almighty witch of the island sure likes to mess around. I think that's supposed to be a joke on Messenger. Battler tried to joke about it, but no one laughed. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that was supposed to be a joke on a Messenger.
それで中には何て書いてある
Like,
のかし
you're a
ら。
big fan of Umineko? Oh, that's
Maria-chan?
cool. I haven't read the whole thing yet. This is my first time, and it's kind of fun. I like exploring all sorts of new stories in visual novels. I wonder what's written inside of it, Maria? Okay. Gonna read it. Alright. Let me in. Yeah, I think the journey for Higurashi was quite enjoyable. Like a lot of the arcs, the speculation, they're all fun. So if we get to have a... It's in triangle brackets because it's spoken in English. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I get that. I assume it's because Messenger doesn't actually have a... isn't typically spoken in Japanese.
You.
Thanks to the bits, my dude. Ooh, ooh. Maria casually opened the envelope. Someone's a big fan of Maria, what can I say? It was sealed only with wax, so she just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. That sealing wax fell onto the desk, and Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it in the center of the table where Natsuhi, Kiri, and Nanjo stared at it. Imprinted in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which was the Ashiromiya family crest, and also Kinzo's personal crest. Ooh, that's serious. This is the family head's personal crest? Okay, we got his personal crest, which means he personally, or the assumption is he personally signed it at some point. I know it from the letters I've received from Kinzo-san before. Without a doubt, it's his wax seal. I wonder when it's dated.
でもこのお屋敷にはそれと同じ紋章がいくつもあるのでは
Aren't there several things in this mansion bearing that
例え
crest?
ば風浪用のハンコのようなものがあれば金蔵さんでなくても風浪はできるのでは
They're saying, are you sure it's his personal crest? If there was some kind of stamp used for wax seals, couldn't someone other than Kinzo have used it?
いや、金蔵さんは風浪には必ず自分が指にしている後ろ宮家当主の証の指輪で
He would always use a ring on his finger, his proof of the Ushiromiya family headship when he sealed the wax. I would like to point out that he threw the ring out the window. If you recall, he actually threw it out the window. Yes, a couple scenes earlier, so it seems incredibly unlikely that someone just randomly picked it up, had a letter, and sealed it with that seal, but maybe that's part of his ritual and he was supposed to be doing that? I don't fucking know. Or maybe he got the ring from Beatrice in the first place, and she's just got one of those anyway. Let's see. The shape and the complex design. It's definitely Kinzo's seal. Not necessarily so. Anyone in the family must have received a letter from father at least once. We can't eliminate the possibility someone used that wax as a model to create a fake seal and pass themselves off as father. I agree with Aniki.
風浪に刻印されている紋章がどれだけ親父のものに酷似していたとしても
I agree with Aniki. No matter I agree with Aniki. No matter how much the seal resembles Dad's, we can't prove it's the real thing. It doesn't prove this envelope came from him. Of course, they get a letter from him and they're like, we don't want to believe it exists, so we're just gonna say you can't prove it's his.
私も風浪の刻印だけでお父様の手紙だなんて決めつけることには同意できないわ。
This is quite amusing. I absolutely agree. I cannot approve arbitrarily deciding this letter came from father based solely on the wax seal. You know, it's kind of funny that they're saying that. A, because wax seals are traditionally used as the sign of authenticity. Like, rather than a signature, you used a wax seal. And even better, in Japan today, you still have to use seals. You use, like, instead of signing your signature in Japan for like any important documentation, you actually have to use your own personal seal. Even if you can buy them for a few dollars at your local store, you still have to have like a personal seal that you use as a signature. If you watch like, I don't know, I think if you watch like Trash Taste or any of those guys, they talk about it a whole bunch when they moved to Japan. They were like, we actually need personal seals to function in Japan. So the fact that they're saying, the fact that that Eva Kraus and, what's his name? Oh, names aren't here. Eva Kraus and middle brother. Yeah, Rudolph, are all saying that the seal, that despite it being his personal seal, it's fake, is kind of funny. And, like, really weird. It's like, this is as official as it gets. It's a sealed envelope from the guy. Like, what the fuck do you want? Him to personally come down and say he wrote it? That's about as official as it gets in, like, Japan. It's like, they're assuming it's a forgery, right? It's like, you literally are in the house with this guy and he doesn't talk to you, but yeah, sure. Dr. Nanjo, couldn't you use more discretion with your vague words? I apologize.
出過ぎた口でしたな。
It was not my place to speak. One after another, all the siblings from Kraus downwards rejected Nanjo's statement saying the envelope Maria held wasn't necessarily from Kinzo. They were afraid. They feared from the bottom of their hearts that Kinzo's intentions were written in there, and that it might be some announcement regarding the inheritance that would be decidedly unfavorable to them. Maria?
その封筒は傘を貸してくれた人がくれたのね。
Maria, the person who gave you the envelope was the same who lent you the umbrella, right? Yep.
封じゃわからないでしょ。
I don't know what means.
そうなの？
Is it true? Yes.
つまり
In other
魔
words,
女
the
ベア
witch
トリーチェが傘と一緒にマリアちゃんにその封筒を
Beatrice gave Maria the envelope along with the umbrella? Maria nodded forcefully.
主人に
I
私
agree
の
with
同
my
感です
husband.
得体の知れない何者かが手渡した怪文書です。
It's a dubious letter handed over by a suspicious person.
読むのは
Yeah.
返します。
It's not worth reading. Oh boy.
せめて読むくらいいいじゃねえかよ。
There's nothing wrong with just reading it then, right? Battler said it to Jessica in a small voice trying to act tough, but Nazi heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes.
それでマリアは
And then,
そのベアトリーチェに食事が終わったら読めって言われたんだな。
Beatrice told you to read it after the meal was over, right, Maria? Alright.
いいじゃないの皆さん。
It's alright, everyone. Now, there is the possibility that someone dressed up as Beatrice and like, just to, like, mess with Maria. Like, one of the servants, like, maybe Shannon dressed up as Beatrice gave her the thing and is lying about it. I don't know the motive for that, but you could have Shannon dress up as Beatrice, hand her the umbrella and the envelope, and the chick who's obsessed with witches would totally be like, oh yeah, I'll absolutely do that. Anything you ask for. Like, she'd totally do that.
これはおじい様の封筒ではなく、ベアトリーチェの封筒。
The envelope didn't come from grandfather, but from
誰
Beatrice.
が書いたのかはともかく、中身を聞いてからの判断でもいいんじゃないかしら。
I like Kiri. She's clearly interested. Alright, regardless of who actually wrote this, why can't we just hear what's inside before we decide?
そうやな。
Right, right.
お父さんが書いたとは限らんが、中身が気になるのは事実や。
Even if father didn't necessarily write it, I'd like to know what's written inside.
マリアちゃん、さっきは無理やり取ろうとしてすまんかった。
Maria, I'm sorry I tried to take it from you by force
謝
earlier.
るからみんなの前でそれ読み上げてくれんか。
I apologize. Will you read it out loud in front of everyone?
マリア、
Maria,
読みなさい。
read it. As all the relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she spread the letter open with a rustle.
本当に親父の手紙だと思うか？
Do you think it really did come from Dad?
ありえんね。
Impossible.
親父殿が私たちに何かを発表するときは、直接でなければいつだって源氏を通してじゃないか。
Whenever father announced something to us in the past, he'd always send Genji if he didn't do it directly, correct?
このようなこじゃれた方法でするとは思え
I
ない。
can't believe he'd use such a joke-like approach. Time to get back to
So
Desire.
yo.
Oh boy. That's
マ
right.
リアをメッセンジャーに？
Maria, a
そ
messenger?
れこそお父様の趣味じゃないわよ。
Doesn't suit father's
どうぞ。
taste.
これはマリアちゃんが私たちを脅かそうという何かの隠し芸なんでしょ？
Could this be Maria trying to surprise us by putting on some kind of show?
マリアはそんな気の利いたことができる子じゃないわ。
Maria isn't a kid who'd be capable of something so thoughtful. He's like, she's a dumbass. Gonna read it. Huh. Words came out of Maria's mouth, but for some reason her voice seemed different than usual. Everyone went suddenly silent.
六軒島へようこそ、後宮家の皆様方。
Welcome to Rockinjima, members of the Ishiromiya family.
私は金蔵様にお仕えしております、当家顧問錬金術師のベアトリーチェと申し
Here
ま
we
す。
go. The music's getting hype. Oh boy. This is some nice music. It's kicked in. You know it's getting serious when the music kicks in, right? I am Beatrice, alchemist for this family, employed by Kinzo-sama himself.
そんなアホな。
That's crazy.
黙って。
Quiet.
長年にわたりご契約に従いお仕えしてまいりましたが、本日金蔵様よりその契約の終了を宣告されました。
I have served him for many years in accordance with our contract, but on this day, Kinzo-sama has announced the final suspension of that contract.
よって本日をもちまして、当家顧問錬金術師のお役目を終了させていただきますことを、どうかご了承くださいませ。
This track is titled Fishy Aroma and it slaps. What a song name. Therefore, I ask you acknowledge my resignation from the position of family alchemist from this day forth. What? How foolish. What nonsense. The song is really loud. I can't stand to listen to it.
さてここで皆様に契約の一部をご説明しなければなりません。
And now there is one part of the contract that must be explained to all present.
私ベアトリーチェは金蔵様にある条件とともに莫大な黄金の貸与をいたしました。
I, Beatrice, lent Kinzo-sama a vast quantity of gold under certain
その
terms.
条件とは契約終了時に黄金のすべてを返還すること。
One of these terms specifies that all gold is to be returned to me upon termination of the
そ
contract.
して利息として後宮家のすべてを頂戴できるというものです。
And furthermore, I'm to receive everything of the Yashiromiya family as interest.
むちゃくちゃや。
Ridiculous.
初めからむちゃ
And
くちゃだぜ。
ridiculous from the very beginning.
要するにあれだろ。
So it's one of those
よく
things,
ある
right?
悪魔の契約みたいなやつなんだろ。
Doesn't that just sound like one of those contracts with the devil?
ね、契約がおしまいってことになるから。
The contract's expired.
利子を回収に来たってわけだ。
So they've come to collect the interest.
いや、長年の退職金のつもりか。
Is she trying to grab some retirement money for her old age or something?
ちゃっかりしたマジだぜ。
What a cheeky witch!
バトラ君、今は茶化さない方がいい。
Battler, it's not the time to joke around. Yeah. Battler made a face as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? Some of the adults' faces were pale while others looked dazed.
これだけをお聞きならば皆様は金蔵様のことをなんと無慈悲なのかとお嘆きにもなられるでしょう。
Maria is reading this far too well, by the way. For someone who's like can't get through a sentence without going, eh. This is unusual. Oh, you noticed something small? Interesting. After hearing this, you may feel as though Kinzo-sama has been savagely
し
ruthless.
かし金蔵様は皆様に富と名誉を残す機会を設けるため特別な条項を追加されました。
However, Kinzo-sama did append a special clause to the contract that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor.
その条項が満たされた時に限り私は黄金と利子を回収する権利を永遠に失います。
If and only if that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to the gold and the interest for all eternity.
特別な条項?
A special clause? This is where they get pitched to solve the fucking riddle, right? What is
それは何よ。
特別条項。
Special clause.
契約終了時にベアトリーチェは黄金と利子を回収する権利を持つ。
Beatrice retains rights to collect the gold and accumulated interest upon termination of the
ただ
contract.
し隠された契約の黄金を暴いた者が現れた時
However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this
ベアトリー
contract,
チェはこの権利をすべて永遠に放棄しなければならない。
Beatrice must abandon these rights for all
利子の
time.
回収はこれより行いますが、もし皆様のうちの誰か一人でも特別条項を満たせたなら
The collection of the interest will proceed shortly, but if any one of you fulfills the terms of this
すで
special
に回
clause,
収した分も含めてすべてお返しいたします。
I shall return everything, including the portion that's already been
な
collected.
お回収の手始めとしてすでに後宮本家の家督を受け継いだことを示す後宮家当主の指輪をお預かりさせていただきました。
Furthermore, as first step in this collection of Kinzo-sama's debt, I've taken possession of the Yashiromiya family head's ring, which signifies the passage of the Yashiromiya family headship from one individual to another.
封印のろうそくにてそれをどうかご確認くださいませ。
I ask you confirm this for yourselves by examining the imprint on the wax seal.
これがそうだというのか。
Are they trying to claim that's the meaning behind this
親
seal?
父が指輪を手放すなど。
He would relinquish his ring is unthinkable. Kraus stared at the sealing wax as if trying to burn a hole through it. Ava and Rudolph were doing the same over his shoulder.
確かにチェスの時金蔵さんの指に何か足りんような違和感は感じた。
Oh, Nanjo's here being relevant. Come to think of it, when we were playing chess, I did have a strange feeling something was missing from Kinzo-san's finger.
南條先生
Dr. Nanjo.
おぼろげな記憶でいい加減なことを言わないように
Don't say something careless because of a vague memory.
その心眼をここでは測れないわ。
We can't prove its
本
authenticity
当
here.
に指輪をおじい様は誰かに手渡したのか、この手紙が本当の話かどうか
That's very
は
reasonable.
おじい様に直接確認すればいいだけの話じゃない。
Maria is so artistic coded. You love her. No clue if it's deliberate, but would not be surprised given she's a social worker, difficulty speaking, extremely strong reader, special interests, her role being a meltdown over something not being as she expected. Yeah, for sure. We were talking about it a bit earlier before you arrived. Or I was like, I've said a couple times, I'm like, I'm pretty sure she's like a little bit on the spectrum because she's like in grade 4, hasn't made any friends. She's still acting like a child. She's having like a complete meltdown over really small things that you should really be getting over at that point. And she seems to have some like unusual speaking habits too. The interest in witchcraft isn't completely unreasonable, but yeah, she does speak in an interesting way that makes me think that's the case. It's like, alright, oh, that's cool. You're pretty sure Maria and Rosa are based off real cases the author had as a social worker? Interesting thought. Probably a good way to pull, if you're like meeting a lot of people, you can just like pull up like an image of someone you have and write them as a character. If you're a writer, that works. Or at least parts of them, you know. If he was a social worker, he's probably interacted with a bunch of people like this. A bunch of single mothers in relationships like that and been like, okay, well, they're vaguely like this and throw them together. That kind of works. Yeah, I dig that theory. As stands, Maria's kind of cool if moderately annoying. Although she'd be like super annoying in real life. Thankfully, we're in an anime, and in anime, things that would be really annoying are only moderately annoying or even cute. So it's good. It's all good. All right. Well, we can ask Father. I like Kiri's response here, where she's like, "Well, if he really doesn't have his ring anymore, we could maybe ask him, or at least get Genji to verify the absence of a ring on his finger, right?" So obviously, no one's been able to see the asshole for the day or so they've been here. That's right. None of you have even seen him. Even your older brother hasn't been able to see him to prove if he gave the ring away. But if you ask, did you give the ring to Beatrice? And he starts screaming, yes, I gave the ring to Beatrice. Like, maybe that would be it. Maybe you could bait him into responding by asking a question about Beatrice, because nobody's tried to engage. Like, they're sort of crazy grandfather. Not a single person has tried to engage him on his own level. Like, if he's going on his crazy Beatrice rants, no one's engaging him on those and asking questions about Beatrice. They're kind of just like, oh, he's crazy and ignoring him. It's just as Kiri says. Do you really think Kinzo will tell you? Kinzo is incredibly interested in the appearance of Beatrice. That man's thoughts sometimes surpass the bounds of common sense. Yeah, absolutely. No matter what happens, it's still nonsense. In the first place, the illusion of gold itself is one of Father's tricks. I've already had enough talk of that gold from the rest of you. This is the witch speaking, right? About how the inheritance and all the assets will be handed over to the one who finds the gold, right? Maybe Beatrice is Father's legal advisor or in charge of his funds. That's the response of Natsuhi. We can't possibly trust a stranger who entrusts a suspicious paper to a child. Aniki, we need you to be frank with us. Is it possible Dad's assets are being managed by someone you don't know? Impossible.
親父殿の全ての財産を把握している。
As family head representative, I control all of father's assets.
私に知られずにそれらを自由にできる人間はいないはずだ。
It should be impossible for anyone to do as they please with them without me knowing it.
じゃあつまりクラウス兄さんの把握していない財産ってことじ
So
ゃない
this means there are some assets you don't control, right, Kraus? Nisa?
バカな。そんなものあるわけがない。
Such assets could not possibly exist.
あるわよ
But there is such a thing.
兄さんが把握していない
An
お
asset
父
of
様の
father
資産
you don't control.
そんなものあるわけがありません
There's no way such a thing exists.
いや、あるで。
It does.
それがお父さんの、いや、ベアトリーチェの隠し宝庫や。
It's Beatrice's hidden gold. Here we go. Are they gonna be out on a search for this and actually try to seriously solve it? I mean, assuming that the gold is miles away is silly. Yeah, I control all of father's assets. I'm definitely not using that for anything shady. Yeah, I know, right?
話を整頓しよう。
He's not very subtle. Neither of them are. He's like a sledgehammer, and he wastes money like crazy. Honestly, if I was older brother, this guy can easily get enough money to live off of comfortably for the rest of his life. I don't know why he keeps burning it on a fucking bonfire. Like, I'd just be like, fuck it, I'm gonna relax for the rest of my life, and maybe do something that's not completely wasteful. Like, I swear to God, taking that absurd amount of money and making conservative picks in the stock market would have been a lot better. Fuck, actually investing into gold would have been better than what he has apparently done with it, which is basically throw it in the trash. But then again, I'm not a business expert.
つまり親父には兄貴も知らない腹心がいた。
So let's keep it simple. In short, Dad has a trusted confidant that Aniki doesn't know about.
そしてそいつはずっと黄金の番と運用を任
Furthermore,
されてきたわけだ。
this individual is in charge of watching and managing the gold.
あるいは悪魔の契約まがいのルールで融資した神塚の大富豪か。
Or it could be some eccentric rich person who offered him a loan with rules like a devil's contract.
その腹心のベアトリーチェさんは自分の黄金を融資する相手として息子兄弟の誰がふさわしい
Could it be
か
that
試
this
したい
confidant
という
called
ことなのか
Beatrice
しら
is trying to test which of the children is most worthy to be financed by her gold? Curious question was the one that all the siblings wanted answered, and upon reflection they realized Kinzo's strange epitaph had hung in the hall beneath the witch's portrait for some time. While it had long been whispered whoever solved it would receive anything, no one had ever clearly stated it. So nobody did state it. I wonder if Kraus knows that because what's-his-face, Kinzo has told all the servants multiple times. It was just something everyone hoped might be true. And right here, right now, is the thing they hoped for. Had been clearly stated in Beatrice's letter. It clearly specified that everything of the family would be given to the one who found the gold.
黄金の隠し場所についてはすでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。
Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait.
条件は碑文を読むことができる者すべてに公平に。
The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph.
黄金を暴けたなら私はすべてをお返しするでしょう。
If you discover the gold, I'll return everything to you.
それではどうか今宵を金蔵様との知恵比べにて存分にお楽しみくださいませ。
Tonight, I ask you enjoy your battle of wit with Kinzo-sama to the
今宵
fullest.
が知的かつ優雅な夜になるよう心よりお祈りいたしております。
I sincerely pray this night will be both intellectual and
黄
elegant.
金のベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice the Golden. Ooh, very nice.
お父さん、聞こえているはずです。
Mother, I know you can hear me.
返事をしてください。
Respond, please. The door to Kinzo's study was being violently, harshly beaten against over and over again like a percussion instrument. The yells coming from the other side belonged to Kraus, Rudolph, and sometimes Ava. It was the siblings trying to intrude on Kinzo's study to question him about the truth behind that mysterious letter. Kinzo was eating. An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and the fabulous dinner that had adorned the table down in the dining hall was reproduced here. Kinzo continued his meal in silence. Shannon, taking an empty plate, looked uncomfortably between the door being pounded on in Kinzo's face. Everyone's calling for you. What should I do? Leave them. God and my meals both hold silence as a virtue. Yeah, she did Maria's voice actor did a good job reading the letter. Although she kind of just stopped at reading like a small child. Read a more neutral voice. It was a good job. Should I silence them? No need. It does not even reach my ears. Kinzo enjoyed his food, apparently indifferent. Genji quietly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he did, Cannon, who stood in reserve like a shadow behind and to the side of Genji, opened his mouth.
Maria-様がベアトリーチェ様より手紙を受け取られたとのことで、その真偽を確かめたいのでしょう。
Maria apparently received a letter from Beatrice, so I imagine they want to test its authenticity. Has she started already then? Come, Beatrice. I have no shortage of coins to wager. Shall we enjoy the night to the fullest? I don't think I'll lose. Your smile will be mine for all eternity. If I could see it one more time, I wouldn't regret losing my wealth, my honor, or even my life. Well then, the roulette has begun to spin. Which pocket will the ball fall into? Moi? Rouge? Or house takes all. We're sticking on the roulette analogy. Come on, Beatrice, begin. I'll show you the power of miracles once more. And the time moves forward. 7 to 8, 9, 10. Have you considered that Beatrice doesn't want to see you because you talk about her like a total creeper? I don't think Kinzo gives a fuck. Have you seen this guy? He screams Beatrice at the top of his lungs like 20 times a day. A strange letter the witch had entrusted to Maria wiped all memories of dinner from her minds. Like, oh man. I wouldn't want to talk to this guy. I'd be like staying far away from him. That contract is not good enough. Alright, so all memories of dinner, poof. Now we're on the fucking letter. Maria was repeatedly barraged with questions by Aunt Rosa and the other parents, and became increasingly ill-tempered when they refused to believe her. If we kids tried to butt in, they'd probably ignore us. How about you do the next best thing and be like, alright, I'm gonna go investigate this. Because if we're supposed to solve it tonight, that means we can't be going to the rest of Japan. We have to be on this island. Start thinking of solutions that are related here. You've been given a really big hint. Your conclusion about the epitaph was completely wrong, as you were guessing somewhere on another island, whereas if you're supposed to solve it tonight, it's probably local. Might even be within, like, I don't know, a couple kilometers of you guys. They should probably be thinking that way. Our parents were all stirred up, firing back and forth about the gold and distribution of assets, and completely forgetting we were even here. I'd already guessed they'd been talking like this in the shadows, but I hadn't thought they'd be so blunt. It gave all of us a considerable shock. From what we could overhear, all the parents wanted more money as soon as possible. Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance. Back and forth about the distribution of the gold if it was found. About the advance payments and cash. It was so despicable I could hardly bear to watch, even though one of them was my own father. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats without being asked to, and we went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents. So we're in the tea room. Now I totally see why grandfather hates coming down for meals. I'm so disillusioned with our parents right now. All that about money and inheritance.
よくもまああそこまで大っぴらに。
How could they act like that right out in the open?
俺の場合はクソ親父に幻滅しきってるからよ。
I mean, well, I'm already completely disillusioned with my old
これ
bastard.
以上評価の下がりようがないぜ。
There's no way I could actually think worse of him. Battler's in a good position for this.
そんなの私だって同じだぜ。
Is it?
しかし
Still, that freaking shocked me. Hey, it's pretty rude. Honestly, I think, I don't know how greedy these people are. It seems like they're all in a really bad position of some sorts, and one of them's like embezzling funds from their grandfather. So I don't think they would be like talking about it so aggressively if they weren't in like a really bad financial situation. Right? Like, if they weren't in those shitty situations where they suddenly desperately needed money, they probably wouldn't give a shit. But I'm surprised. I thought the family gave out loans. I thought the family gave out loans to their siblings to help them found businesses, so I'm kind of surprised that like they weren't trying to just get some of that money in general. Like, I thought that was what they did at these meetings, and then it seems like now they're just like only taking from their inheritance. It's kind of weird. Maybe I thought they took out like loans from their father to found their businesses, and that's how they got so much money so quickly. Like their capital came not from, you know, external investments, but from the family, and that's how they were able to get big businesses. And then it was just their eldest brother whose businesses failed all the time. It seems like that's not quite the case, though. I'm a little bit confused with that one. But maybe it's just because, like, maybe they only lended, like, I don't know, 20 million yen startups and not 500 million yen or something like that. Like, the money, maybe the amount that they lend to each other is way lower, and the numbers they need are, like, way higher to solve their business problems. Alright. Shocked me to the core. Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside? The depths of Jessica's shock made that clear.
未成年の君たちはご両親に養育してもらってるからわからないだろうけど。
You're all minors supported by your parents. You may not
お金
understand.
を得るというのは単純な綺麗事じゃないよ。
But getting money is neither a simple nor a pretty
未成
thing.
年である今にそれを理解しろとは言わない。
I won't try to force you to understand right now since you're still kids.
でもご両親なりに何かの努力をしていることだけは
Yeah.
認めてあ
I
げてほ
want
し
you
い。
to realize your parents are doing their best in their own way.
やれやれ。
I mean, it's better than one of your siblings swindling everyone else out of all the money. And wielding all their money to make sure you don't get a penny of it.
ジョージの兄貴は人間ができてるぜ。
George Anarchy has gotten all mature.
ジョージ兄さんは社会人になってバリバリ働いてるけどよ。
George, I know you're working hard as a full-fledged member of society.
金とか財産とかそういう話になったらうちの親父たちみたいに強欲むき出しのハゲタカになれるってのかよ。
You turn into a shameless, greedy vulture like our parents whenever you start talking about money and assets? I mean, it would be the best way to act around it. You gotta make sure you get a decent cut, right? After all, it's generally like the higher you are up in an organization or company structure, the more likely you are to be like a sociopath, right? And you have to be like really aggressive and step on people to make fuck you money, right? Like people who charge reasonable prices don't make fuck tons of money. They make a decent living.
自分だけの話だったらそんなことはしたくないよ。
If it were only for my benefit, then no, I wouldn't want to do that.
でも家族や社員、部下やその家族の生活を背負ったら
However, when your
戦わな
family
け
and
ればならない
employees,
時もあるかもしれない。
your subordinates and their families are all counting on you, there are times when you must fight.
私はそんな戦い嫌だぜ。
I hate that fight. I hate that
小
kind
さ
of
な
fight.
兄さんがどうのこうのなんて話ヘドが出るぜ。
The back and forth about grandfather's inheritance just makes me want to puke. I mean, yeah, I'm surprised they're like, I mean, it seems really rude to be like so aggressive about it. I would hope that they weren't like this when they were, I would hope that they weren't like this when they had a decent amount of money and their companies were stable. But it is what it is. Jessica pretended to spit violently. That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear.
もうこの話はやめようぜ。
Let's stop talking about
爺
this.
様の隠し黄金がどうのこうの、財産だ遺産だって話は。
All this
俺
about
たちの問題
grandfather's
で
hidden
俺たちの
gold,
問題じゃないさ。
property, inheritance. It's our parents' problem, not ours.
僕も同感だよ。
I agree.
せめて気を利かせて、親たちの話し合いを邪魔しないのが子供の務めだと思うね。
At the very least, I think children have a duty to be considerate and stay out of their parents' way when they're talking together.
なんだか面白くねえぜ。
Sounds pretty boring. Everyone knows the phrase, adults are filthy, but we had now seen for ourselves, and it really did give us considerable shock. George was pretty much an adult now, and I'd already been disillusioned with my dad, so the shock wasn't that big for us. But Jessica seemed to be taking it hard. Apparently, she received a bigger blow than I thought. She always talks badly about her parents, but it looks like she hasn't changed at all on the inside. Even now, she's a pure-hearted, delicate person who can't doubt others. I'm sure she respected her parents as much as anyone else does. And then her parents started raging about going money, 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 inheritance, inheritance, my money. Right in front of all the other parents and the children. It's no surprise she received such a shock from hearing that.
ジェシカちゃん。
Jessica?
どうか、お父さんとお母さんのことを嫌いにならないで。
Don't start hating your mother and father.
理解しろとまでは言わないから、せめてどうか嫌いにならないで。
I won't ask you to understand them, but at least don't hate them. Wait, isn't her father literally trying to swindle every single one of his siblings out of all of their inheritance and everything their father owns? And robbing their father blind at the same time? Dude, I'd fucking hate that guy. He's scum before we get to the part where he's trying to... He's scum before we get to talking about inheritances at all, because he's fucking embezzling his father's money. Like, that's fucked up already. Stealing from your parents is pretty messed up. The guy shouldn't get any money, but he might end up getting a whole bunch. Alright.
わかってるよ。少し放っておいてくれよ。
Get it. Leave me alone for a bit. 6 years ago, I would have kept taunting Jessica even after she got all dejected, but I guess I really have grown over the last 6 years. I realized it's better to leave Jessica alone right now. Jessica suddenly looked away sulkily and left the parlor. She probably wanted to be alone for a while. So, how many scenes do I think it's going to be before they start actually looking for this stuff? It's probably going to be like a couple scenes, right? We got to have this depressed scene before we can get some motivation to go and actually do something. Right? I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left.
そういえば、マリアちゃんはどこに行ったんだろう。
Come to think of it, I wonder where Maria-chan went. Probably to the epitaph to try and figure out a solution or make some progress with the new information she's received. I think Maria's frustrating to work with, but she's probably not that stupid, right? Let's see.
多分まだ肖像画の前でいじけてるんだろう
She's
ぜ。
probably pouting in front of the portrait. Yep. Maria truly looked up to witches, and she expected that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and receiving the letter of proof would surprise everyone and make them happy. However, the adults had doubted its authenticity, thoroughly bombarded her with questions, and refused to accept her story. Even for me, it wasn't hard to imagine how much that must have hurt Maria. I mean, I think they're all just desperate to not have that be the will of their father. We couldn't speak to Maria or Jessica. In the end, George, Aniki, and I just abandoned ourselves to the sound of falling rain in the dark night.
台風はどんな感じなんだろうね。
I wonder what's happening with that typhoon.
ニュースをやってないかな。
Maybe there's something bad on the news. Alright, is this our first hint of something supernatural? The TV doesn't work. And then they're like, oh, it must be the weather. Messing with it. George started walking over to the corner of the parlor where the TV was. He hadn't called me over, and I really couldn't have cared less where the typhoon was on the sea now. So without going over to the TV, I loitered around the window.
そんなに風は出てなさそうだけど、海の上はひどいのかしらね。
The schedule bugs out around daylight savings time. I'll have to fix that. I do start a little bit earlier, but we don't usually start with visual novels on weekends. I usually do. VNs are usually in like approximately the same time slot every day we stream. But I start earlier because it's the weekend. For all my Euro bros. You can hear Umineko on the weekends? Yeah, I think so. So, we have like, I've gone through like a couple iterations of my schedule. And the current one, I think, is going to like, I'm trying to stick with one game to get through it quickly. I was like alternating games every day for a while, and that was pretty good, but I felt like my progress was a little bit slow in visual novels because they take a while. So I'm working on just doing visual novel every day. Like we did Mask of Deception every single day. But I do play like other things during the stream. Like before we get to Umineko tomorrow, we'll probably play something else. And we're probably gonna like take a break and maybe an hour and a half. Yeah, it'll be like Grand Order first and then Umineko, or something else and then Umineko. Yeah. We'll like reverse the order. Because we're probably gonna like in an hour or two, we'll probably go play something else. They don't want to like completely destroy my voice reading all the time, as visual novels are like not amazing for my throat. So I can usually only do about 4 hours consistently. All right. I've also stopped doing voices for every character, or trying to do voices, because that really hurts. That really wrecks my throat. Holy shit. I did that for like Danganronpa. And while it was lots of fun, it was like steadily getting harder to talk as I go through the novel. I had to take like a month off. Had to take like a month off of reading visual novels before I could resume the next one. So I'm doing something a little more sustainable. But yeah, I want to get through the novels. Although I do like playing other games. I do play like other stuff off stream by myself here and there. And we'll play some random stuff as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, we might skip the ends if Grand Order has new story content, because Grand Order is a visual novel when it has new story content. Like we're straight up just reading just as much content. How long is Grand Order at this point? Grand Order is longer than is absurdly long at this point. It's easily like, I don't know, what, like 20 hours of it. It's like they add like, I don't know, a few. How many lines do they add? They add a fuck ton of words. It's like literal essays. Some of those chapters. Some of those chapters have literal essays in them. They're really long. Is HA on your radar? I've actually already read Hollow Ataraxia. It was good. It was really good. I did not do that on stream though, unfortunately. I actually read Hollow Ataraxia before I started recording any of this. It was really good. I highly recommend it. In fact, I can show my playtime if you wanted to, because I still have the game installed. It was pretty good. I would recommend Hollow Ataraxia to anyone, especially if you enjoy like slice of life stuff though. I think you said you weren't a big fan of slice of life, and Hollow Ataraxia is like 95% slice of life. Like if you thought Higurashi was slice of life, oh boy, I got things to say about Hollow Ataraxia. There is about 5% horror in that game. 5% horror / plot and 95% slice of life. And I guess there's like one adult scene in the main story. Throughout the rest of the scenes, they're all in like a side game mode, so you're not going to run to anything super loot either, for the most part. The wind hasn't picked up that much over here, but I wonder if it's horrible over the sea. Yeah, but yeah, it's not super intense. Like Stay Night, actually serious most of the time. Hollow Ataraxia, very relaxed. Very relaxed. And long if you haven't read it. It's a time loop story. It's a time loop story if you haven't read it. It was good regardless for you? Okay, because you already knew the characters, but you did skim some parts? Yeah. For sure. It can get a little bit repetitive. It can feel a little bit repetitive since you're doing a time loop and you feel like nothing's changing. But I mean, I feel like they made a good use of the time loop in Hollow Ataraxia, because like they're in a time loop, and some people, in fact everyone, is aware of the time loop. So the fact that some stuff feels really boring is kind of appropriate, because you're like in this time loop, and the goal is to like make you want to go forward, whereas other characters don't necessarily want things to change. I think they did that really well. Even if you felt it was like slightly boring because you felt like things weren't changing, that's kind of like they're putting you in Shiro's shoes, right? You want to progress the story, you want things to change, you want to see new scenes. But the characters in those scenes don't necessarily care that things are not progressing or that their lives are repeating, as they're content with it. And it's like your action has to drive the plot forward. It was like a really nice theme. It was like really nice game. Like I know there's not that much gameplay in most visual novels, but it felt like the gameplay theming with the story were like a 1-to-1 match there, where it was so good. That was one of the best parts of it for me, was like the fact that the limited gameplay, and by gameplay, for reference, I literally just mean scene selection, was like perfectly accurate to that. It was so cool. It like perfectly matched with the story and how you wanted things to go. I mean, there were a couple of cool scenes in it too, but yeah, it was so fun. Oh, I want to do that. I don't know if I want to read it again, but it was really enjoyable to go through. So, the wind hasn't picked up much here, but I wonder if it's horrible over the sea. I did hear about a severe storm warning on the weather report. Okay.
Kirie-san ka.
Kirie-san.
大人たちの積もる話はどんな感じなんすか?
I take it those big talks between adults are going smoothly, yeah? She seemed to catch the sarcasm. Kiri shrugged.
この胃の痛くなる話は徹夜で続くのかしら?
I wonder if that stomachache of a discussion will continue all
嫌に
night.
なるわ。
It's not going to be fun.
まあ、せいぜいよろしく。じい様の財産分配について、ハゲタカごっこをお楽しみください。
Please enjoy playing vultures to grandfather's property as much as you like.
最低の気分だぜ。
I feel sick.
それに関しては同感よ。
I'll agree with you
マ
on
トラ
that.
君みたいに席が外せるなら、私もそうしたいわ。
If I could slip away like you, I'd do it.
でもそうもいかない。
Unfortunately, I can't.
たとえ発言権がなくてもね。
Even if I'm not allowed to
パー
speak.
トナーも大変よ。
We spouses have it rough too, man. Kiri took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. That's right. They probably wouldn't let Kiri speak, since she only married into the family. Still, as Dad's partner, she has no choice but to stay by his side and support him. If I recall correctly, when my grandparents died, my dad was like straight up just like, yeah, okay, I'll drive her to and from, but I'm not doing anything else. It was just like only the direct relatives were allowed to discuss the inheritance stuff, as I recall. It was like direct relatives were allowed to be in the room or discuss that shit. Otherwise, you were like mostly not involved at all. Because it feels really pointless to just be there and sitting there doing nothing. Pretty inefficient for your time. It's you're just sitting there and you're like, shut up, you don't have a say. You married into this family, shut up. And it's like, okay, that seems fair. That makes sense. So having her be stuck in there really sucks because she's basically being useless. She's just sitting there listening to people talk while she can't say or do anything, and it's miserable. Because she doesn't really have much of an impact on the outcome. She's probably had to bear the full brunt of this mental pressure much more than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing that I'd spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being.
どんな感じなんすか?
How's it look? I'm surprised they're wasting so much time screaming about the inheritance and bullshit when they clearly got a letter, but you know. These guys are pretty fucking petty.
相変わらず謎の魔女ベアトリーチェの話題で持ちきりですか?
So, are they still stuck on the topic of the mysterious witch Beatrice?
まあね。
More or less.
あの人たちはおじい様が亡くなった時の遺産分配について兄弟4人で話をまとめようと
Those four
ずっと
siblings
密
are
約を
always
重ねてきた。
always piling up secret agreements when they come to discuss the division of grandfather's
そ
inheritance.
こへ未知の5人目が現れて話をややこしくしようっていうんだから穏便な話のわけもないわ。
They're saying that some unknown fifth person appeared and is trying to make things even more complicated. There's no way that'll make for a peaceful conversation.
互いを罵り合ったりかと思えば共闘しようってことになったり。
Just when you think they're snarling at each other, they set up a common
夏日
front.
姉さんでなくても頭痛がしてくるところよ。
Natsuki-san's not the only one getting headaches. Oh, good lord. On one hand, they all want a larger portion than the other siblings, so they're all rivals. On the other hand, they don't want 1 yen to be snatched up by anyone other than the siblings, so they're also all allies. I hadn't been told the details, but the siblings were apparently discussing how to protect their share under various conditions. Setting up ceasefire agreements, rules to prevent anyone from getting an unfair advantage, preparing to resort to legal action if absolutely necessary. That they would go this far to preserve their shares was so beyond disgusting that you had to acknowledge their resilience. I mean, the annoying thing is that they're like pushing for more than the other people. Just be like, yeah, I'll take 20. I just be like, there's 4 of you. Just be like, yeah, I'll take 25% by. And then you can argue about what constitutes 25% later on, right? But obviously, since they know one of the guys is fucking embezzling all the money, saying I'll take 25 is pretty hard when that guy could just like turn around and take 95% of it and walk out and be like, well, you get 25% of what's left. Oh, I get 25% of that too. Like, fuck, man. People all suck.
ってことは、
So
指図
basically,
ね。
Beatrice is like an assassin sent by grandfather? Pretty much.
自分抜きで遺産の分配なんて話を勝手に進めてた息子たちに、一泡吹かせたかったんだろうぜ。
Nice. He probably wanted to scare the hell out of his children for talking about the inheritance without him. The fact that they immediately discredited the seal makes me think they're more just like scared that it's real.
何者かしらね、ベアトリーチェって。
Who's this Beatrice, I wonder?
自称してることが全て本当なら、今日まで誰にも知られずにいた謎の人物で、しかもおじい様の隠し黄金の存在を知っていて。
If everything she claims is true, she's a mystery figure no one knew about until today, and she knows about grandfather's hidden
そ
gold.
の上、当主の指輪まで委ねられている。
On top of that, she's even entrusted with the head's
相当
ring.
に信頼された人物ね。
She must truly have been trusted by him.
さすがにほうきにまたがった魔女だとは思わないっすけど。
Well, I don't think she's a witch on a broom.
魔女と呼ぶに値する怪人物であることは間違いないっすね。
There's no doubt she's a mysterious person who earned the right to be called a witch.
マリアちゃんがそのあたりのことを詳しく話してくれればいいのだけど。
Indeed. We have reached the legendary number of 420. 420 followers. A magic number for potheads across the globe. Quite exciting, isn't it? It's exciting. Hitting those special numbers and then going up. Going up and up and up. Fun. It's always nice hitting a new threshold. I'm looking forward to 500. I think we'll get there soon. I wonder when we'll get to 500. I gotta have something big planned for 500. I don't remember what I said. I set myself something for 1,000, but I don't have a plan for 500, I don't think. Yeah, we gotta do something bigger. I think we did like... What did we do for 400? I think for 400 we did like a pack of sync quartz? I should probably do like a giveaway or something for 500. Give something to chat, although most of... What should I give away? Should I give away a pack of sync quartz? Maybe. Cock can. Give away a pack of sync quartz or your choice of game on Steam? That might be cool. Since I realize not everyone actually follows, and not every, I think most of the community plays Granddaughter, but not everyone does. Figure, but I can easily spend $80 on a game if someone wants something like that instead. Since the pack's like $100, it's easy. All right, if only Maria would go into more detail about that. Everyone's been smothering her, even though she's just a little girl. Yeah, she's like 9 years old, my dude. You have to have reasonable expectations. They really scared her, and some things they might have asked now can't be asked. I wonder if those people even read The North Wind of the Sun. Sorry, I don't know what book that is. What is The North Wind of the Sun about? I have never heard of that book, so I don't actually know what it's about. And somehow I left my phone behind me. That's annoying. Oh, I'm not Googling that shit now.
確かなのは、マリアがベアトリーチェと名乗る人物から手
Yeah,
紙を
summarize
受
the
け取ったこ
facts.
と。
Good job, Battler. What we know about is that Maria received a letter from a person who took the name Beatrice. Yep.
自分で現れて直接話せばいいものを、手紙を託して今もどこかに身を潜めてい
She
る
sure
って
is
いう
shy for a mystery
シャ
person.
イな怪人物ですけどね。
Yeah. She entrusts Maria with a letter and hides away even now when she could have just appeared and talked to us directly. It's more fun this way, though. Battler can.
ベアトリーチェなんて人物が本当にいると思う？
You think a person called Beatrice actually exists?
さあ、
Who knows?
あくまでも偽名じゃないっすかね。
Doesn't it really seem like a false name?
じい様の代理人として、その妄想の中の魔女の名を名乗ることを許された。
Like she's grandfather's rep, so she's given permission to take the name of the witch from his delusions? Yeah, that seems to work. That follows.
そうじゃなくて。
That's not what I mean.
今この六軒島には全部で18人いるの。
Right now, there's a total of 18 people on Rock and Shima.
19人目が存在すると思う？
You think there could be a 19th person? Are there really a full 18 people on the island right now? The Wind and the Sun is a fable. They are an argument about who's strongest and decide on competing who can get a traveler to take his coat off. I see. Okay, classic fable type thing, and it's like some things can't be taken back or whatever. Okay. Okay, I dig it. I dig it. Wondering about that. I began counting on my fingers, and it really did come out to that many.
19人目が存在すると思う。
You think a 19th person exists? 4, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18? It's possible. It's possible a 19th person exists. It's also possible that they don't exist.
どういう意味ですか?
What do you mean?
言葉通りの意味よ。マリアちゃんに傘を貸した人物は私たち18人の中にはいないらしい。
The person who lent Maria the umbrella supposedly wasn't one of the 18.
なら19人目がいて、その人物がマリアちゃんに傘を貸したと思うのが妥当じゃない？
Yep. So isn't it natural to assume that the 19th person exists and that this person lent Maria the umbrella?
ま、そうなりますね。
It looks that way. The wind tries to force it off, but it makes the traveler bundle up. The sun makes it warm, so the traveler takes off the coat willingly. You know that now that you summarize it, I'm pretty sure I've read that before. It just didn't come to my mind. Thank you. Okay, sun and wind story. Got it. Because in my head, I'm like, does the wind make it rain or some shit? And he bundles. I was like, does the rain make it rain or some shit? And then the sun warms him up, and he's like, well, it's warm out. I'll take my coat off. That was going through my head. So you say it tries to force it off, like blow it off. Yeah, okay. That works. That works. Thanks. That's good. Now I know what fable that is when they say sun. When they say wind and sun. Hopefully I can remember that for next time.
ならその人物は今どこにいるの?
Where is that person now?
少なくとも雨が降り出した瞬間には島にいた。
He must have been on the island when it started
そ
raining.
してその後はどんどん天気は悪化して、とても船なんか出せない
Since
状
that
態。
time, the weather's grown worse. Taking a boat it would be pretty much impossible.
となれば、その人物はまだ島の中にいて、どこかで雨宿
So
り
they
を
must
してい
still be
な
on
く
the
てはな
island
らない
hiding from the rain somewhere. Maybe in the same place where that gold is.
私たち誰の目にも触れずね。
And without any of us spotting her.
確かに。俺たちは屋敷やゲストハウスの中を勝手にうろつき回ってましたが、
True. We've all been
誰も
randomly
19人目
prowling.
なんかには会ってないわけですよね。
We've all been randomly prowling about all over the mansion and the guest house, but no one bumped into a 19th person. Why are you assuming that they're in the guest house or the mansion when there's clearly this hint that there's another place to look, the location of the hidden gold? For all you know, there's a basement or sub-basement of the mansion that this Beatrice is hiding out in, and that's where all the gold is as well. That's my easy conclusion, is that if this person exists, they're where the gold is at, and that's our hook to get on the gold, is to be like, well, if no one ran into her randomly, then there has to be a place she can be where she isn't being found, and if that's the case, that could be the location of the quote-unquote gold.
でもまあ、
The gold, you know, air quotes.
島ですし、
But this island's
屋敷
huge.
やゲストハウス以外に雨宿りできるところだってあるの
There
か?
might be places to take shelter from the rain other than the mansion and guest house. At about this time, I realized what direction Kiri's suspicions were taking us in. Kiri was denying that a 19th person existed, Beatrice being one of us 18. In other words, she thought someone we knew well was tricking us.
ベアトリーチェが自称する通りなら、その人物は間違いなく最高の賓客よ。
If Beatrice is who she claims, she would surely be the most
お
honored
じ
of
いさま
guests,
が信頼する最高の腹心。
the most honored of confidants, trusted by
そ
grandfather.
んな人物をおじいさまが歓待しないわけがない。
There's no way grandfather wouldn't give that kind of person a warm
お屋
reception.
敷に迎え入れないわけはないのよ。
Yeah. Yeah, they're saying she was way too forceful, and Maria doesn't want to interact with them because they're all assholes. Yep. I totally understand that's what Kiri's saying. I get what she's saying here, where she's thinking it's someone within here. I think that's possible, but I also think the way he's making them look, they're trying to make them look for the gold, means there might be another place they haven't discovered yet. So it might be more likely that if there is a case where someone dressed up and pretended to be Beatrice, that they're trying to direct them to like a hidden room or something like that. Whether or not Beatrice is real. That's what you should be thinking, like, okay. She would have surely been ushered into the mansion. We haven't seen anyone like that.
誰も見ていない。
Again, they don't know that he hasn't seen Beatrice and is waiting for her to return.
待ってくださいよ。それはちょいと請求な推理じゃないですか。
Isn't this line of reasoning hasty?
確かに誰の目にも触れてはいないけれど、だからって19人目を否定することにはならないんじゃないですか。
Sure, no one spotted them, but that doesn't mean you can deny the possibility a person exists, right? I mean, the easy answer is you don't have omniscience, so someone could exist. And there could be like a secret basement where this gold is or some shit.
何かの理由があってこっそり上陸してずっと隠れているのかも。
Like maybe for some reason they landed on the island stealthily and have been hiding ever since.
悪魔の証明ってやつ。
What they call a devil's proof.
いることを証明するのはたやすい。
It's easy to prove something exists. Correct. Ushiro-miya Battler is correct. It is easy to prove something exists. All you have to do is find it and demonstrate it. It is almost impossible to prove that something doesn't exist, as you have to cover every conceivable way for it to have existed. I.e., you cannot prove that God does not exist because you would have to have omniscience to prove that God doesn't exist, at which point you would probably just be God yourself. Easy. Easy, right? You can say, well, I don't believe God exists, but you can't actually say you know for certain that God doesn't exist, because you have to, in order to prove that God doesn't exist, you have to know everything that does exist. So, which is a good argument from Battler. He's saying, well, you can't prove it doesn't exist. Especially if you're talking about something mythical, you can't really prove that pink unicorns don't exist, because you haven't seen everywhere on Earth, and every when on Earth and everywhere on Earth, right? So for something like this, you can't prove that a 19th person doesn't exist on the island, because your scope of knowledge is so limited and narrow.
ベアトリーチェってやつが俺たちの前に現れて挨拶すりゃ解決する。
If this Beatrice appears in front of us and says hi, it's settled. Yep.
19人目がいないことを証明するのは
But it's impossible to prove that there's no 19th person. Correct.
バトラ君の推理の仕方は悪くないわ。
Battler, your way of reasoning isn't bad.
現在の状況では19人目の存在を認めるにも否定するにも情報が足りない。
In our current situation, there isn't enough information to either accept or deny a 19th person exists.
チェス盤をひっくり返して考えると、ほぼ19人目はありえないって断言できちゃうのよ。
But if you spin the chessboard around and think that way, we can deny the existence of a 19th person with near certainty. Spin the chessboard around is one of Kiri-san's favorite phrases. I've been influenced by those words and use them myself from time to time. When you get stuck trying to find a move in chess or shogi, by spinning the board around and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoint, you can often see a strategy that'll give you the upper hand. It means turning things around and putting yourself in your opponent's shoes.
いい？
You see?
仮に19人目の人物としてベアトリーチェが実在したとして、
Let's say a 19th person, Beatrice, actually
その
exists.
人物は誰にも知られることなく、こっそりとこの島に上陸し、ずっと隠れていた。
They must have managed, without being seen by anyone, to stealthily arrive on the island and remain hidden ever
何
since.
かの理由があってね。
Maybe they had a
な
reason.
らどうしてわざわざ姿を現してマリアちゃんに手紙を渡した
In
の？
that case, why go through the trouble of appearing before Maria and handing her the letter? It was a contradiction. Why give her the letter and appear before her? That's a good question. If they had a reason to hide themselves, they should have stayed hidden the whole time, unless their plan was specifically to give the letter to someone at the appointed hour and start a chain of events. Maybe that would be their reasoning. That would be like your defense, right? It's like they're clearly trying to start something. They're getting us to do something. That's why they reveal themselves, but only partially, because they don't want to be directly influenced by the results. So if it's a treasure hunt, let's think of it this way. It's a treasure hunt for your father's inheritance, and like you know that at least one of these relatives is willing to steal from his whole family for this. And that all of these people are like super broke. You might know the financial situations of everyone. You might know they're all super broke and desperate for money. And you're on a deserted island. I think you could argue that revealing yourself to all these people who are desperate for money is a terrible idea, because they could just murder you or try to torture you to get the information for where the gold is, or at least just kill you so you can't take it away, and they can do whatever they want. I think that's a decent argument for like only revealing yourself to someone who maybe can't really identify you or wasn't paying attention, and just give them the letter there. Like, that would be an okay argument, I think, is like, being directly present for this scavenger hunt is really bad for whoever, would be really bad for anyone overseeing it. So instead, they give them the hook for they give them a letter which is the hook for their scavenger hunt. So they can't be coerced into giving up the answers for the scavenger hunt, right? Like, okay, you're supposed to be finding this, and it's supposed to be a battle of wits to find the clue that leads to you getting the inheritance. It's not much of a battle of wits if you bludgeon Beatrice until she tells you where the fucking item is, right? In this possibility, is Beatrice following Kinzo's desires and sending the letter so that people look for gold as Kinzo wants them to? It's not necessarily that she's following his desires and sending a letter that people look for gold. I mean, I don't know if that's part of their arrangement that they're going to be doing this. I don't know if Beatrice is an entity. I'm just saying maybe she's... yeah, I would say probably she's following Kinzo's desires and trying to get things set up so that people will, like, start this inheritance scavenger hunt. I guess if you consider the fact that Beatrice and him don't appear to have had any contact in like 30 plus years, including this year, then maybe it's less likely that Beatrice is carrying out his will. But then why would she start this scavenger hunt in the first place? I guess you would come to the conclusion if, given all the information we've seen, you'd have to come to the conclusion that either Beatrice is magical and somehow contractually obligated to start this scavenger hunt, or she didn't start the scavenger hunt, right? That would be my conclusion, right? Like, either she's, like, contractually bound to do so, or, like, she didn't start the scavenger hunt, because it seems like in their competition, she wouldn't necessarily want that, as she wants all the returns. But on the other hand, there's this chance, because it seems like Kinzo is, gambling. I think Kinzo is gambling against his own family. That's what I'm getting from Kinzo, is that he's gambling, not that his family will solve the problem, but that his family will fail to solve it. So there might be like a new layer we aren't investigating here, where we aren't considering, where like Kinzo actually wants his family to fail, and he doesn't want them to succeed at this game, and because he benefits from them losing, and maybe Beatrice benefits from them winning the game. Like, there's a few chances where, because he's been talking about magic and how the closer his opponents get to achieving something without achieving it, and the riskier it is, the better it is for him. Which means Kinzo may not want his family to find the gold. So if Kinzo doesn't want his family to find the gold, Beatrice could be prompting them to actually search for it to try and win, like, some kind of game between the two of them. In that way, Beatrice is not quite following his desires, but is actually trying to sabotage him in a way that's, like, in accordance with whatever rules of the contract there are. I don't know. It's supposed to be maybe the rules of their contract are she can't tell someone where it is, but she can, you know, what's reasonable is she can tell them, hey, you should really look for this fucking gold. Then again, maybe it would be, but then, like, it sort of advantages her then to actually say that, hey, I'm here, and show up, which makes her disappearance a little bit strange. Like, why is she disappearing? If it's to her advantage to help people find the gold, I'm not quite sure why she wouldn't be present or would do something like that. I guess then we're back to, it's bad for her to show up because she could perish or something, and that would be a bad result for her. So let's outline a case where she's a supernatural being and she wants someone to find the gold. She wants someone to find the gold. And for whatever reason, like, she's concerned about her own safety, or she can't actually directly talk to people and just tell them what to do. That might be what we're doing. It seems a bit strange to think there would be, like, a hidden actual agent here. And there's usually... But on the other hand, I think in Higurashi everything... Well, there was only a absolute minimum of actual magic going on, introduced in the looping system, and like one character who's sort of a ghost who only acts in the last act. So having Beatrice act immediately makes me question whether or not Beatrice is real, because this Beatrice that supposedly delivered the letter could be fake, and there could be a real Beatrice around. I don't know if they're introducing actual supernatural elements in this first arc. Good to meet you, my friend. Thanks for the follow, Sonar. Ghost alien. I mean, I guess if she's an extraplanar creature, she could be an alien. Yeah. Gonna lurk? Fair enough. I mean, we got a bit more to go through this. Keep going. I got a bit more in me. Yeah, it's a little bit tough to figure out what Beatrice's line of reasoning is here. But my impression is that it seems like Kinzo does not want his family to succeed, which is why he's not telling them directly. I'm not sure how that ties into things, but it seems like he wants them to fail. And he's like, I don't give a fuck about my money, even if I can see you again. And it's like, he's not really directly helping his family find the gold, or at least giving them a real hook for the gold. So it seems like he wants them to get close but fail. So it might be him sending them out to get it, right? He might have done some setup to try and get them to actually search for the gold without being directly involved in it. I don't know. Like it's like his weird ass logic, right? Maybe he wants them to get close but not achieve it. So maybe he starts it. It could be Kinzo. It could be Beatrice actually starting it up herself. I guess we'll have to find out. Even so, they had appeared openly in front of Maria. And then Maria said it himself. She said the witch made her a messenger. Maybe that's because Maria was youngest and looked the most obedient? Why would they need a messenger? If they wanted a letter delivered to the family conference, they could have mailed it. If they mailed it to each of the 4 siblings, no one would be able to ignore it. Yes, but you wouldn't... Let's see, why would you not mail it? Okay. Why would you not mail it to everyone? You only want them to take it super seriously now. You want it to be like a semi-even treasure hunt where everyone's basically on the same footing. I think that would be a good reason. You only want to start this treasure hunt for realsies if once everyone's on the same footing. Like you put it out casually and they kind of like make some speculations, but you want it to be really clear what the zone is without leaving it. So like you want to be clear, we're only giving this out in the middle of a storm where everyone's trapped on the island, so they know it has to be on the island. Narrow things down without laying it out, but I mean he could have just made it specify that it was on this island in his epitaph. It's a bit strange. Yeah, maybe there'd be an unfair advantage if he directly told one of the siblings first, and that's why they wanted the message delivered like this. That's like some speculation. There's no need for this person to carry it themselves and secretly deliver it by hand. Yeah, it is a bit weird. That's my only justification here. It does sound pretty weird. Okay. In the first place, if Beatrice existed and wanted to make her presence known to everyone, she could have openly presented herself to all of us. Yep, obviously. If the person doesn't show themselves, you either have to make an assumption that either A, they don't exist, and they're fabricated, or like, either because someone's pretending to be them or they aren't real. Or they have a reason to hide themselves. So I guess it depends on whether or not you want to assume they exist or not. Despite this, she chose the vague method of appearing through a little girl called Maria-chan and only gave us a vague impression of who she was. Contradiction. Let's go deeper, shall we? She appears in front of Maria, trying to give the impression a 19th person exists. And yet she still hasn't appeared before us and is hiding somewhere at this very moment. Think about those contradictions. Keep these things in mind when you spin the chessboard around. In short, if a person wants to leave us with the impression Beatrice exists, As a 19th person, what might their goal be?
姿を隠したい人物ならその存在をアピールするわけが
If
な
they
い。
wanted to hide, they wouldn't make their presence known.
そして
If
姿
they
を
want to
現
show
したい人物
themselves,
な
they
ら
wouldn't have been roundabout.
手紙を託すなんて遠回しをするわけがない。ってことは
What does this mean?
簡単よ。ベアトリーチェは18人の中にいるのよ。
He's one of the 18 people. I mean, that is a probable answer. They can't be seen in the room with all 18 people because they are one of the 18 people. A solid deduction, especially given the closed room scenario you find yourself in, Kiri. I'm only vaguely suspicious because I know there can be actual supernatural elements involved in this.
だからこそ18人以外の人物が存在するような
That's
幻
why they
想を
want to
作り
create
出して
the
いるのよ。
illusion there's more than 18 people.
これ見よがしな19人目のアピール。
The 19th person. They were revealed so spectacularly. Wow.
それで得をするのは姿を潜めた19人目じゃない。
If someone were to profit from this, it wouldn't be some 19th person in hiding.
すでにいる18人の
It'd be
方
one
だ
of
よ。
the original 18.
もちろんこの推理は穴だらけ。
This reasoning's full of holes. Yeah.
いくつかの前提がひっくり返るだけですぐに崩れる脆いものだけど。
If you turn over even a few premises of it, it will fall. A few of its premises, it will fall apart.
私
Yep.
はほぼ間違いないと見てるわ。
But I'm almost certain it's correct. It's starting to feel creepy. Someone lent Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter. I mean, I think the three women, I think the three people doing the rooms had opportunity, as they were by themselves, presumably working, and could have done something. So if you want to suspect someone, you can probably suspect those people. As not only were there two, well, I guess we'll say not only are there two people, the old two women, the old lady and Shannon. Shannon might be sus. Shannon could possibly fill that role, right? Shannon could be Beatrice, put on a wig and dress and suddenly be like all professional and surprise Maria. That might work. All you need is like a wig to convince Maria, I bet. I bet you need a wig and a couple items to convince Maria. Someone lent Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter. Supposedly, none of the 18 did this, and yet Beatrice was hidden among the 18. What was this person planning, hiding their true form and pretending to be Beatrice?
マリアちゃんの自作自演も疑ったんだけど、文章の内容が非常に手が込んでて、マリアちゃんが自前で用意したとは考えがた
I
い。
suspected it might have been Maria play acting, but the contents of the messages were extremely complicated, and it's hard to imagine Maria writing that
で
herself.
も、マリアちゃんが何者かと共謀している可能性も否定できないわ。
I can't deny the possibility Maria is working together with someone.
おいおい、マリアは9歳のお子様だぜ。
Maria's a 9-year-old, right? She could be unwittingly assisting them, or assisting them because she thinks they're a witch, and that's cool.
誰と何を共謀するってんだよ。
What could she be planning and with whom?
しかも愚直で真面目で素直なあの少
What
年
about
だ
her
ぜ。
straightforward, overly honest, obedient nature?
ええ。私もマリアちゃん
I
の
know
性
what
分
kind of
はよく
person
理
Maria
解しているわ。
Maria is.
でも、だからこそあり得ると思うの。
That's why you think it's
魔女
possible?
に憧れ、その存在を盲信している夢見がちな少女。
She's a dreamer who can't help but look up to and blindly accept the existence of a witch.
そこにベアトリーチェと名
So
乗
if,
る人物が
yeah,
現れて、
exactly.
魔女だと名乗ったら、
If someone appears in
彼
front of
女
her
は
and
それ
claims
を
to be the 鵜
大
witch
喜びで
Beatrice,
鵜呑みにして信じるんじゃないかしら。
she'd gleefully swallow that pill up. Yeah, she'd totally go for that. That's why I said it could be Shannon dressed up as Beatrice.
つまり、あの肖像画のごついドレスを着て変装すればマリアを騙すことは難しくないと。
Absolutely. You're saying that if someone disguised themselves by wearing that fancy dress from the portrait, tricking Maria wouldn't be that hard?
その
Not
論
at
法
all.
になっちゃうと、私たち女性陣はみんな疑われちゃうこと
But
に
with
な
that
るんだけど
reasoning,
ね。
all the women become the primary suspects. Yep.
とにかく、マリアちゃんが何
Who
者
did
に出
Maria
会ったの
encounter?
か。
Few options. Cross-dressing. Her. What was I gonna say? Her are all options. I think these ones were all involved in a discussion, so they're probably not the person. I think she was in the room at the same time, so these guys are all probably innocent. So we're left with like a fairly short list. I mean, this guy could send someone, but I don't think anyone would be fooled by the old man. We're left with Shannon. I think she was sleeping. So like, if we want to suspect someone, I don't think it can be any of the kids because they were all together. You're left with a pretty short list of like these two. I don't know if anyone would buy Kumasawa as the witch. Maybe. Maybe. Kumasawa's on the list. So it's like 3 servants. Or 3 servants, Natsuhi, or an unknown actor. Heretofore unknown actor, right? I don't think it's Rose. Could it be Rose? Seems weird. I don't think so. So, who did Maria encounter? Learning the details would be the best key to solving this riddle. But this key, it's been firmly locked away inside Maria Chan's heart. Everyone denied the existence of the witch without listening to her, barraging her with too many questions about who she actually was. She probably won't open her heart to the adults now. So that's your angle. You want us to talk to her. In the dim hall in front of the portrait of Beatrice, Maria was sobbing. Nobody believes I met Beatrice. Sorry, Maria. Even though I showed them the letter, they still don't believe. Yep, more ooh-ooing. Alright, that's rough. Sorry they don't believe you. Anyway, Maria holds the key. The key to whether Beatrice is one of the 18 or 19th person. She's stubborn, isn't she? When she gets angry, it's pretty hard to make her feel better. Adler, I think a kid like you would be better at cheering her up than an adult like me. Yeah, you could probably just go up to her and be like, oh, I'm going to read the epitaph and see if I can solve this riddle. It's got to be near us, and maybe get her on the pitch like that. After she's feeling better, try asking. Okay. I know you don't care about this BS, about the inheritance. Isn't the Western mystery situation exciting? Yeah, that part's pretty exciting. I'm interested in it. Who in the world is the person who gave Maria the letter? Makes your intellectual curiosity ache. Kiri's trying to get us to do some work for her. You're pretty tough, considering you're still excited after being dragged through that endless money talk. Adults can be pretty amazing. I shrugged exasperatedly, but I did notice something. Kiri noticed how dejected I was after overhearing our parents' turbulent conversation, and was probably trying to clear the air. At the very least, I'd recovered enough to voice my complaints. She wasn't my real mother, so I never felt like calling her mom. But it did make me think she's a real adult. Oh, so this is where you guys were. Your brats were. Kiri, you really took your time fixing your makeup, didn't you? I think I'll make a habit of going out to touch up my makeup too. Sorry. A woman's makeup takes a long time. Oh. How's the discussion been without me? I'm sure it was all peaceful and harmonious. Everyone wins. Kiri poked the weak spot under my arm with her elbow.
一度頭を冷やそうってことで小休止さ。
We're taking a break to cool our heads a
こりゃ
little.
夜通しになりそうだぜ。
Looks like we'll be at it all night.
泣けてくれ。
Makes me want to cry. Well, I guess we're not going anywhere this time. His way of talking hadn't changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal energetic self.
しかしひでえ雨だな。
That rain's just awful.
ゲストハウスに戻るのも嫌になるぜ。
I really don't want to go back to the guest
夏
house.
日姉さんが屋敷で泊まれるよう準備してくれたらしい。
It looked like Natsuhine-san set things up so we could spend the night here in the
ど
mansion.
うする？
What do we do?
3階になった時に考えてもいいんじゃない？
No need to decide until you're
部
done.
屋
Right?
に戻る体力もなくなってたら、その時はお世話になりましょうよ。
If you run so low on energy you can't return to our room, we can take them up on their offer.
そうだな。
You're right.
その時に考えりゃいいか。
We can think about it later.
バトラーはどうする？
What about you, Battler?
俺がいちゃお邪魔だろうからよ。
Well, if I stayed, I'd just get in the
気
way.
使って向こうに戻
I'll
る
be
ぜ。
nice and go back over there.
そうか。
I see.
すぐ戻るのか？
Will you go back soon?
さあな。
I don't
一
know.
人で戻ったって寂しいしよ。
It'd be lonely to head back by
子供
myself.
全員で揃って帰ることにするぜ。
Gather the kids, we'll head out.
そうだな。
Okay.
そうするといい。そ
You
れ
do
で
that.
バトラー、お
Battler?
前今夜はそうは簡単には寝ないだろう。
You won't be going to sleep that easily tonight, right?
多分いとこたちとおしゃべりしてるだろうからな。
Probably be up talking with the
夜
cousins.
更かししそうな気配はあるぜ。
Sounds like we'll be up
それは
all
どうか
night.
したのかよ。
Got a problem?
そうか。
I
も
see.
し大人たちの会議が終わってお前がまだ起きてたら、ちょいと家族でしたい話があるんだ。
If you're still awake when the adults' discussion's over, I want to have a talk as a family. Oh boy, here we go.
なんだよ。
A what? A
何も
family?
ねえな。
That doesn't sound like you. Apparently Kiri was thinking the same thing. I think Rudolph's trying to use us as an asset and is trying to find a way, has found a way to make us valuable to him. That's probably what he's trying to get us to do. What are you talking about? She asked him in a small voice. It looked like Kiri didn't have a clue what Dad meant either. I think Dad's thinking the kids should get on searching the gold in the event the gold's real while they argue their bullshit. Or at least get
キ
Battler
リに
to.
も聞いてもらいたい話だ。
I want to talk to you about it as well,
後で
Kiri.
話すから。
I'll tell you later. Don't ask now. Please. Yeah, so his plan is to seize the gold in the event they decide to just follow along with the instructions. That's probably what he's trying to do. There's got to be some plan here, right? He can't have Battler's not going to be relevant for the discussion, but maybe if he finds the gold, then they have a claim on parts of the inheritance they wouldn't normally have. That's something. I don't know anyone who neglects the concept of family as much as this old bastard. Now he's saying we gotta have a talk as a family. Both Kiri and I couldn't help but get wide-eyed.
そうビビった顔すんなよ。
Don't look so terrified.
ビビりてえのは俺の方なんだ。
I'm the one who should be
何
terrified.
しろ
After all. At that point he swallowed his words for an instant. Even though putting on airs of importance wasn't much like my dad.
気持ち悪いぜ、親父。
Dude, you're freaking me out.
今、家族は全員揃ってるじゃねえかよ。
Everyone in the family is gathered here now,
疑わ
right?
ずに言えよ。
Don't make a big deal of it. Spit it out.
俺は多分
Tonight,
今夜
I'll probably
殺されるだろうな。
be killed. Ooh, that suddenly got spicy. There was a huge crash of thunder. It must have been really close. Dad's expression, brightly illuminated by the lightning, was burned into my eyes. His face, which always looked so sure of itself, which always wore a taunting expression, was strangely frail in a way I couldn't really explain. It was so worn out he looked like a different person.
はは
What?
何言ってんだよ、ガラでもね。
What are you talking about? That doesn't sound like you.
同感よ。
I agree.
どうしたの？急に弱気ね。
You look so timid all of a
あな
sudden.
たらしくもない。
It's not like you.
俺も化粧直しに行ってくる。
I'm gonna go fix my makeup
つ
too.
いてくんなよ。
Don't follow me. Dad turned away weakly. And after that, only Kiri and I were left, still wide-eyed.
なんだってんだ。
What did he say?
今夜殺される？
Tonight he'll be killed?
まさか。あの妙な手紙のせいで、親父ビビ
You
っ
don't think
ち
that
まったの
mysterious
か。
letter scared him, do you?
連続殺人者の映画の見過ぎだぜ。
He's been watching too many serial murder movies. That doesn't seem to be comforting Kiri that much. Kiri-san didn't answer my lighthearted words and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back.
バトラ君はルドルフさんに今話せと言ったら話さず立ち去った。
Battler, when you told Rudolph to spill the beans right away, he left without telling us
みん
anything.
なに話すことがあると言い出しながら答えなかった。
Even though he said he had something to say to both of us, he didn't
ど
answer
うし
you.
て？
Why?
チェス盤をひっくり返す。
Spin the chessboard.
すると
What do you see?
話すと言っておきながら話せない矛盾。
Well, he said he wanted to talk, but then couldn't. That's a contradiction.
なんすかね。
What do you see by looking at it from Dad's
何か見え
perspective?
てきますか？
ええ、見えるわよ。
I see something.
話したいことがある。
He wants to talk
でも
about
自分から
something,
言い出す勇気がない。
but he doesn't have the courage to bring it up.
だから追ってきて俺に話しかけて聞き出してくれが正解ね。
He actually means chase after me, talk to me, and ask me about it yourself.
ついてくるなも逆の意味よ。
By saying don't follow me, he means the opposite.
ついてきて俺を問い詰めて
He
くれ
means follow me
が
and
正
force me to
解。
answer.
まったく甘えん坊さんなんだから。
What a spoiled brat.
いや、そういう推理でいいんすか？
You call that reasoning? I guess
そ
so.
んなんめちゃくちゃ
It's
な。
ridiculous, but that's his dad.
名探偵や名刑事が男女の気持ちや心を推理できる？
Can great private and police detectives deduce the emotions and feelings between men and women? I'm sure they can. They
異
can?
性の気持ちを探るのは何次元のトリックを暴くよりはるかに高度な技術なのよ。
Figuring out the feelings of the opposite sex is an even more advanced art than exposing the tricks in difficult
私
crime
に言わせれ
cases.
ば名作推理小説より恋愛小説の方がよっぽど難解なミステリ
If
ー
you
なんだ
ask
から。
me, romance novels have a deeper mystery than masterpiece mystery novels. Okay. I see.
そういうもんすかね。
Is that how it is then?
私はあの甘えん坊さんと一緒にいる
I'll
わ。
stand alongside that spoiled
普段
brat.
は虚勢を張ってるけど
He normally loves
今
bluffing.
夜はかなりの激論で疲れ切ってる。
Tonight he's completely tired out from that heated
誰か
discussion.
に寄りかかりたい気持ちなんでしょうね。
He probably wants someone to lean on at
そ
the
れに
moment.
応えるのがパートナーの役目よ。
And responding to that need is the role of his partner.
はあ、そりゃお熱いことで。
Sounds passionate.
うちのクソ親父の世話をよろしく頼みますよ。
I'll leave that old bastard in your hands.
ええ、任せておいて。
Leave it to me. I call out to Kiri's departing back.
何？
What?
いや、ありがとよって。
Oh, I wanted to say
お
thanks.
かげで陰鬱な気分がだいぶ晴れ
Thanks
た
to you,
ぜ。
my mood's really cleared up a lot.
ならよかった。コミュニケーションは大事ね。
Communication's important. After answering with a wink, Kiri followed after my dad. Natsuhi could be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on her expression. She looked completely worn out. The discussion that had taken place between them in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsuhi's mind. Why a Natsuhi perspective? That's unusual. Beatrice proclaimed, in addition to the gold, all of the inheritance and property of the Ishiromiya family would be given to the person who could solve the riddle. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that Kraus, the oldest brother, had to succeed the family head. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, the proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was obvious they would accept it. There was no need to play clumsy detective games. Natsuhi knew this so-called 19th person, Beatrice, couldn't exist. Naturally, Beatrice is nothing more than a fictional character used to pass a message that Kinzo had written himself. So this is the Natsuhi perspective, so bear in mind, for our people who could be them but aren't them, Natsuhi is actually on that list. So if Natsuhi says she doesn't exist, we're cutting it down to like a pretty short list of like Canon, Shannon, maybe Kumasawa by some like crazy stretch, and then no one else really fits the bill. Like, we don't have too many people other than, like, this guy's, no one's gonna fall for this guy being Beatrice, right? He's fucking loopy, so the list of people who can is basically just the servants, or Beatrice being real. As proof, Kinzo remained stubbornly neutral as to the letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring these reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore, that he'd given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted the letter held his own message. Most likely one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Kinzo had probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared, and someone, probably Shannon, would be made to wear it and deliver the letter in the umbrella. Yep. By doing that, he makes it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed. Yes, I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice! Beatrice! It's Beatrice, not Sue. I would say it's Sue because Beatrice is how you pronounce it, but it's Beatrice. I just grew a mustache, it's fine. Yeah, no one's gonna fall for that. If anything, that alone is proof Kinzo's behind all this. In that case, it's the same as Kinzo trying to butt in on the siblings' private discussion. Then Kinzo, by announcing he'd give everything to the person who solved the riddle, could weaken Krause's overwhelming advantage. Now, it's certain Kinzo had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day. True, he actually did. He knew how Krause had staved off the attack by the other three, and to make the scales of the battle go back into balance, he sent out this strange letter which benefited Krause's rivals. He's trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, who had a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join with Ava and Rudolph. And then with the 3-to-1 advantage, they'd overwhelm Krause yet again and make their ridiculous theories get accepted by force. By doing that, he gave them the power to resettle what had once been a nearly decided conflict. They had now started repeatedly pressing Krause to pay them a large amount of money, using the condition that all the siblings would guarantee Krause's position as successor. Talk about advance payments was being brought up again, despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the gold, the Ashiromiya family's store of wealth was vast. That store of wealth alone was more than enough. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever along with Kinzo's death, there would be more than enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they weren't interested in the gold themselves, or itself, Kinzo had managed to instill the lifelong fear that on the off chance someone found the gold, they'd be granted headship. This kind of Achilles heel would be taken advantage of by someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor Krause. The other siblings had found... No, they'd been told by Kinzo about something only Krause could lose, and they had thoroughly taken advantage of it. And by taking advantage of it, they haven't actually put any effort into it. Renatzi, as Krause's only ally in this painful position as his wife, wanted to fight alongside him. She kept trying to explain to him the existence of the gold itself was a farce, and there's no need for him to compromise. Krause always told Natsuhi. He told all the siblings. He always said the hidden gold was nothing more than an illusion created by Kinzo. Therefore, Natsuhi had believed it as his wife and supported her husband on that foundation. Even so, her words didn't reach Krause. Even though Natsuhi fought so hard and lent all her strength, he continued fighting alone and was trying to compromise with the other 3 siblings. She sadly and weakly wondered why she couldn't be of use to him and then started getting angry. It happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. She'd flared up against Krause. Enraged, she asked why she couldn't be useful to him, and he'd told her he wanted to talk about something, inviting her into a room she normally wasn't allowed to enter. The room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it gave her an uncomfortable feeling. Oh?
他の3人の言うことも、ベアトリーチェを名乗る不審人物の言うことも、何も気にかけることはありません。
Alright, so she's making a proposal to him. Okay. So there's no need for you to worry about anything said by those 3, even this suspicious person who calls themselves Beatrice. If the gold is just a ruse created by father, there's no way something like that could be found. Your position as successor is a solid fact. What are you so afraid of? Krause removed the padlock on the door. He then motioned for Natsuhi to enter. Enter. What's this? There's something I want you to see. I've never shown you this before. Natsuhi timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. She searched for a switch to turn on the lights, but since this was their first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Krause entered behind her, pushing her in, and when he closed the door, before turning on the lights, the two were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Krause locking the door rang out through the dark. What are you doing? The lights? Turning them on now. Wait. As he said, when Krause pushed a switch on the wall, a flickering light turned on and lit the room.
それは
That's... Natsui had her breath taken away. The room had no windows and at a glance appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small round table had been set, and the lights brightened only that table as if it were leading part in a play. The leading part in a play, okay. On top of the table, a red tablecloth of elaborate design was set out covered with dust. And on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. That something took her breath away.
凄まじい純度を持つ黄金のインゴットだよ。
A gold ingot of incredible
こい
purity.
つがなければ誰も黄金伝説を信じはしなか
Without
った。
this, nobody would have believed in the legend. It's the gold. That's right. It's the gold, boys. The gold exists. If there was any doubt, there's at least one ingot. So it's a gold ingot of incredible purity. Without this, no one would have believed the legend of the gold. It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified glint. So this is the proof gold they had to demonstrate that they actually had it. Might be the only gold. This is not a proper ingot. I don't even know if whether it was cast inside or outside the country. It took a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots. In order to verify that purity, it was standard to have the original foundry and name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. But this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious bar came from an unknown foundry. Look here. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a bar of gold. Natsuhi, following Krause's words, timidly approached the ingot. Right there. He pointed at the surface of the ingot, and Natsuhi concentrated on that section. Right there was the thin imprint of the one-winged eagle crest. Natsuhi's breath was taken away once again. That's right. Why is he keeping it in a locked room but openly laying on top of the table in the room? Dude, I have no fucking clue what he's thinking there. I'm assuming he's the dumb... I'm assuming this is the... Alright, there we go. Actually, he's saying it right now. This is the legendary ingot father said he received from the witch that the president of Marusu witnessed and was allowed to select at random to take back with him. I was going to say, it's probably this ingot. The one-of-a-kind ingot that they've demonstrated that exists, so... Presumably that's a real ingot. And he's probably just confident that the locked door will keep people out. That said, I would still keep this wrapped in something else instead of just sitting on a pedestal in the room so anyone can see it. Like, putting it in a box seems like a good play, right? Just put it in a box. On the other hand, gold is super fucking heavy, and you would be like really confused if you accidentally picked up the box and were like, Jesus fuck, this box is heavy. It's like that's a heavy box. Like, a bar of gold is fucking heavy. You're gonna be like, you know, if I picked up like a book, you know how much a book weighs. Do you know how much solid gold weighs? Like that's fucking heavy. Like, let's see. How much is gold relative to iron? That's a good question for myself. FE and what's AU for gold? AU is gold, right? How much is gold at for weight? Gods, I haven't looked at a periodic table since I went to school. There's argent for silver. Where is... Gold is 196, making it 4 times as heavy as iron. Yeah, gold is 4 times the weight of iron. So just consider anything like the size of your fist in solid steel, and then just be like, what if that was 4 times heavier? Like, you'll be like, what the actual fuck? Yeah, pure gold's also poison, that's 99% gold. Yeah. But like, that gold is so absurdly heavy that if you found it, if you were to like randomly touch a box, like try to pick up a box, you would be like, what the actual fuck is in this box? It's so absurdly heavy. Like, that would be like a what the fuck moment if you picked up a box. Yeah, gold's crazy heavy. It would be like, if you'd have to hide it somewhere that someone couldn't accidentally interact with it, otherwise they'd almost immediately notice it. That much gold is... Gold is... It's true, it's true. Yeah, gold is 4 times the weight of iron. Like, that's gonna be an insanely heavy box. If you haven't picked up a gold bar before, they're crazy heavy. Like, I forget where I went. Was it Canadian Mint? I don't remember where the fuck I went to see a real gold bar. But if you see those things, it's like, oh, that doesn't look too big. And then you try to pick it up and you're like, what the fuck? This weighs like 100 pounds. It's like, why does this weigh so much? Like, you see something of its size and you think those aren't that heavy. And then you're like, no, if I was trying to pick up, like, it's like, you're not just going to fill your backpack with gold. Like, that's way too fucking heavy. If you were going to steal gold, if I was going to steal gold, I'd put like 1 bar in my backpack. Maybe if I had like a really nice hiking backpack, we'd do a couple more. It's like easily 100 pounds. It's easily like 60 pounds. Well, maybe 100, maybe like 50, 60 pounds for a bar of gold. They're really heavy. All right. At the time, I think I was like 14, 15, but I was like, I can't pick this thing up comfortably. I cannot just pick this thing up with 2 hands and hold it around comfortably. This gained the trust of the fixers in the business world. I had to use all possible means to find it. I found it before the others could. Then Legend of the Gold is... It exists. The gold that Ushiromiya Kinzo received from Beatrice actually exists. Possible. And now we, the readers, know there's no ambiguity in whether or not the gold exists. I mean, we probably made the assumption, we were going to make the assumption that the gold exists anyway, because it wouldn't be much of a story if the gold didn't exist, but hey. Natsuhi was shocked. Crows had always said Kinzo's gold was just a fabrication. Why lie to your wife, though? Probably because you're an asshole. She had believed it as his wife. However, the reality was different since he held definite proof. He had been more certain than any other sibling that the legend of the gold was true, and because of this, Kroos was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find the gold he failed to find, costing him everything. But to Natsuhi, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She thought as Kroos' wife, she could be his closest confidant, which is why she selflessly supported him. And yet he hid this from her until today. Why? Have I been... Seems a bit insulting, right? She's been zealously... Which episode is this? This is the first arc, my dude. This is the very first arc. Have I been so undeserving of your trust? Yeah, I'd be pretty insulted too if I was married to someone and I was like selflessly defending them constantly for like days, for like literally all day, and then they're just like, yeah, you wasted your time, I didn't tell you shit. It's never been my intention. Oh, thanks for the follow, my dude. Hope you're having a good time. There was simply no need to tell you. Yeah, we're pretty early. Is that... A wife means to you? Apparently. This guy's an asshole. What did you expect? Calm down. Becoming passionate easily is one of your bad habits. You're the one making me like that, aren't you? Yeah, it is. Flap Kraus, good call. I've been supporting you as a wife ever since I married into this family. For your sake, I threw the family I was born into. I offer up my heart and body to serve you. And in return, this is what I get? How could you? Kraus grimaced, looking annoyed. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked this part of Natsuhi, even if he didn't say it out loud. It doesn't look like I'll be of any use to you anymore. And Kraus is a dick. Yeah, giving him a slap seems appropriate. That's fine. I can resolve my sibling troubles by myself. I don't need your help. Okay, he's gonna waste all his money doing something else, I'm sure.
違います。
That's
これ
wrong.
は後宮家のトラブルです。
This is the Ushiromiya family's
確かに
problem.
私にはこの身に家紋を刻むことが許されていません。
It's true, I'm not permitted to wear the family crest on my
で
body,
もあなたの妻です。
but I'm still your wife. Yeah, is this my first read through it? Absolutely, my dude.
力添えする
This
資
is
格
my
も
first
ない
read
の
through
で
it,
すか。
first arc. We read Higurashi, and now we're going through this. We took a short detour to read Mask of Deception, which was also really good. I think the only thing I had against Mask of Deception was how they arrived at the ending. And that was only like the last couple chapters. That was like the last chapter or so. I was like, oh, they could have done that better. If they really wanted to reach that state. And the state they reached I wasn't super happy with, but like, I only had a small issue with it, with like what one character decided to do, which was the setup for the second series. Which we haven't done yet. We gotta go back and finish that at some point. Are you saying I'm not capable of helping you? I think that's the case. Aren't you? I wouldn't want to risk getting you involved. It would make your headaches worse than they are now. Take a rest for the day. The siblings will deal with the siblings' problems. It has nothing to do with you. That's all. A dull headache tormented Natsuhi. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scents she burned, it would not heal. In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors and listening to the sounds of the rain seemed to be a better cure. I may be Natsuhi, but I was never Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I've been despised and treated as a borrowed womb and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Even so, I tried to properly perform my duties as a wife, but now even my husband's rejected me. I've done my best raising my daughter as if it were the last job left to me. However, I've had no release from my anger and sadness, and they've caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Because I've been excessively strict in Jessica's education, she dislikes me thoroughly. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There's no longer anything I can do for the family. No. That's no good. Despite it all, I gotta help my husband and beat back the schemes of the other greedy siblings. The family head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Kraus will succeed the head, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying her will become the head, but it all comes down to the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor, whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the family. In the days to come, that greedy Ushiromiya Eva will probably be plotting to find some fault in the main family. And if all goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down from succession with George set up in her place. It's regrettable, but George is a man, and even more, has matured as a person, compared to Jessica, who's in the middle of her rebellious period and grades are slightly below average. It can be seen as at a glance who is more fit to succeed. In order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person, and after doing that, I want to find her an excellent husband worthy of the excellent person she will have become. A wonderful man who will truly accept Jessica and stay with her through all of life's joys and sorrows. Was Natsuhi trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling some desire of her own? Natsuhi thought back to the days when she had no choice but to marry into the family because of that unavoidable fate. She's tried to block it from her memory. She'd consciously forgotten it and had actively attended to the life she'd been given as Ushiromiya Natsuhi. And in doing, she built a new life, but just now, it felt like all that had been casually rejected. What's her backstory? What shitty life was she trying to escape by marrying here? How do I think I should live my life? I don't know. Natsuhi helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, cool thanks to the raindrops beating against it, felt refreshing. Even though it should have been emotionless right now, it seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsuhi. At that point, even if someone appeared, Natsuhi didn't intend to pay attention to them, but she did pay attention because it was her beloved daughter. It's you, Mom? What are you doing in a place like this? I thought you were a ghost. Just like always, her words were rough and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsuhi's throat. However, their strength gave out, and they didn't escape her lips. I wonder if she'll tell Jessica that the gold's real.
ジェシカ、ごめんね。
Jessica,
母さんは頭痛がひどいの。
forgive me, but my headache is awful.
そっとしといてくれる。
Please, leave me be.
そう。
I see. Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconcerted. Until just now, she had been filled with contempt for all the parents, including her mother. But now these feelings were completely swept away. Natsuhi is the saddest character. I mean, she's certainly trying, but her attempts are not being respected at all. It's a bit unfortunate. She's definitely, basically cut adrift as an island. And it's not going amazingly well for her. At least in this arc. We'll see how the relationship is elsewhere. Her mother's utterly exhausted face had wiped them all out. In its place, the words George had told her floated back up in her mind. Our parents are doing their best in their own way, and because their families are counting on them, they can't afford to keep things pleasant. They have a heavy responsibility to fight. Maybe her mother had been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one tried to understand that in her. Jessica hated her mother, though she had no intention of speaking kindly to Natsuhi because she was looking a bit frail, so when she attempted to speak kindly to her anyway, she had to clench her fists and gather up the words from deep in her heart.
ずいぶん立て込んだ話をしてるようじゃん。
Sounds like you got your hands full with that meeting thing.
お前には関係あります。
It has nothing
よ
to
そ
do
へ
with
行ってい
you.
なさい。
Please go elsewhere.
頭痛ひどい？
Is her headache bad?
私薬もらっ
Did I
てこ
get
よう
some
か。
medicine?
構わないで結構です。
You don't need to concern
お願いだ
yourself.
から一人きりにして。
Leave me alone. Alright. Natsuhi wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go away so she wouldn't have to bump against Natsuhi's short temper. There was no chance that Jessica would realize this, though. Okay. Jessica hung her head, looking sad. And seeing that expression, Natsuhi recognized the kindness Jessica was trying to muster. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings.
じゃあ私行くよ。
I'll leave then.
大人の邪魔にならないようにいとこたちと一緒にいるから。
I'll be with the other cousins so I don't get in the way of the adults. See ya.
お待ちなさい。
Wait. She called Jessica, who was trying to leave, and looked lonely to a stop. What?
何？
Thank you for being considerate. Why did we not get dialogue for this?
お前を残して寝込むわけにはいきません。
It isn't good of me to go to sleep and leave you alone.
よせよ。縁起でもないぜ。
Don't talk like that. You'll bring bad luck.
心配をかけました。
I've made you
もう
worried,
大丈夫です。
but I'm alright.
私は行きます。
I'll go. If I let my daughter see me this feeble any longer, it'll only make her feel more uneasy. With that thought in mind, Natsuhi left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, Jessica calls out to her mother's back and forth, back and forth. Natsuhi stopped and turned around asking what business Jessica had with her, but Jessica herself didn't know why she stopped her mom. And for a while, she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking in her pocket when her hand touched something and she took it out. Hey, Mom.
あのさ、母さん。
Yeah, it is a nice scene, I agree. Jessica and Natsuhi are both trying to have a better relationship with each other, and they can tell that the other person's trying, so they're really trying. They're in turn trying. It's quite nice, considering their relationship is supposed to be super strained. And she's been like, and Natsuhi is like super freaking venomous. Oh my god. She has a really short temper.
私さ、今日お守りもらったんだよ。
I was given a charm
なん
today.
だっけな。魔除けだったっけ。
A charm against magic, I think?
確かそのドアノブにぶら下げてるといいんだっけ。
I think you're supposed to hang it from your doorknob, I think?
忘れちまったぜ。
I forgot.
私が持ってても仕方ない
There's
し。
no point in me
母
having
さ
it.
んにあげるよ。
So I'll let you take it. It was the scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach. Though she'd heard of its various effects from Maria, Jessica's mind had gone blank and she was just barely able to say even that much. Jessica, thinking her mother probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back the hand she stuck out, grasping the charm. So when Natsuhi came back to take it, she was extremely shocked.
これは
What's
何
this?
かの景品？
Some kind of prize toy?
まあその
I think it's something like that.
こんなおもちゃみたいなお守りじゃ
I guess you wouldn't expect a charm that looks like a toy to do anything. But her mother took the charm from her where she grasped it in her hand.
ありがとう。大切にします。
I'll take good care of
ジ
it.
ェシカには今度、私が子供の頃大切にしていたお守りを代わりにあげましょう。
Sometime soon in exchange. Why don't I give you a charm that was important to me when I was a child? Okay.
別にそんなつもりで渡すん
It's
じゃ
not like that's why I gave it to you. Oh wait, she's actually not lying this time either. That's cute. Well,
どうしてもって言うんだろ
if you really say so. We haven't met any other characters yet. But currently, in my opinion, Jessica is definitely best girl. This scene is not changing my opinion either. Then I'll rest for now. My headache is awful. Try not to stay up too late. I can sympathize. I'm actually on painkillers right now for an annoying headache. Headaches are not fun. Natsuhi put her charm in her pocket and turned away. She then disappeared into the dark hall. The dark hall. Okay.
やっぱり
Quite the
明
dramatic
日も
evening.
丸一日こんな天気みたいだね。
Seems the weather's gonna be like this all day tomorrow. Okay, they did have TV reception.
やれやれ。今日の日中が嘘のようだぜ。
This makes the good weather we had earlier feel like a lie. They knew that the typhoon was coming, though. George, Aniki, and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jessica returns. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she calmed down a bit since we last saw her.
マリアはまだ肖像画前
Is Maria still in front of the portrait?
いや、
Nope.
さっき戻ってきて。
Came back and she's sleeping on the sofa.
マリアにはもう遅い時間だもんな。
Getting late for her after all. It's like 10, right? Looking at the clock, I saw it was a bit past 10. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room.
一応うちのおふくろが屋敷にも部屋を用意してくれたんだけどよ
Well, my mom did have a room prepared for us in this mansion.
どうする
What do we do?
僕はゲストハウスに戻りたいか
I'd
な。
rather go back to the guest house.
親たちの様子を見る限り、僕たちはお屋敷にいない方がいいと思う。
Judging by what we saw of our parents, it'd be better if we weren't in the mansion.
俺も同感だぜ。
Alright, he agrees.
子供は邪魔せず引っ込んでろって感じみてえだから
Feels
な。
like they're telling his kids to mind their own business and stay out of the way.
おとなしくそうするさ。
Let's be good boys and girls and do that. As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor, and she was looking all over restlessly, probably trying to find Maria.
ローザおばさん。
If you're looking for Maria, she's on the sofa.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
すっかり眠っちゃってる
She's
わ
out
ね。
cold.
ベッド
We
に
must move her
移
to a
さない
bed.
と。
よかったら僕がベッドまで背負っていき
If
ま
you'd
しょう
like,
か。
I can carry her over to a bed.
ありがとう。
That would be
助かる
wonderful.
わ。ジョージ君たちはゲストハウスに戻るの
Y'all heading back to the guest house?
それとも夏日姉さんが用意してくれた部屋に
Or are you
泊
staying
ま
in
る
the
のか
room
しら
Natsuhine-san had prepared here?
今話し合ってました
And we were
ゲ
just
ストハ
talking
ウ
about
ス
that.
へ戻ろうかって話にな
We
ったとこ
decided
ろ
to
で
head to
す
the guest house.
そうならマリアも一緒にしてあげてもいいかしら
Could I ask you to take
い
Maria
と
with
こ
you?
のみんなと一緒の方が
I'd feel more assured if she stays with all of you
安
guys.
心できると思うしね
Pain medication from Asclepius. Oh, that seems useful. Alright. Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret the adults, herself included, deeply hurt Maria's feelings.
任してくださいよおばさん。
Well, leave it to us, Aunt Rosa.
何しろこっちにゃ。マリアをあやすことに関しては
After all, we have an
エキスパー
expert
ト
at
がいるっす
comforting
からね
Maria with us.
それは僕のことかい
Me? Yep.
僕だけじゃ
I
無理だ
couldn't do
よ
it myself.
みんなでだよ。
We need everyone together?
そうだぜ
That's
バ
right.
トラだってあんなにもマリアと意気投合してふざけ合ってたじゃねえかよ
Battler, weren't you the one who hit it off with Maria when you were messing around earlier? As we said this, Rosa smiled, looking happy.
みんな
Thanks, everyone.
私たちの話し合いは
Like
だ
our
いぶ
meeting's
遅く
gonna
ま
go
で
late.
かかりそうだから申し訳ないけど
Well, I'm
マリア
sorry to
をみ
burden
んなに
you.
お
I'll
願いするわ
be counting on you to take care of Maria.
おいマリア。 熟睡か
Hey Maria, you sound asleep.
ゲストハウスに戻るぞ
Going back to the guest house. She muttered something indistinct, rolled over, and fell back asleep. It looked like she was sleeping deeply. Alright, you're gonna have to carry her.
すっかり寝込んじゃったようだぜ
She's really
起
out
こすの
cold.
は悪いな
I'd hate to wake her. The rain's gonna wake her.
僕が背負うよ
Right, I'll carry her. Maria's body was lighter than it looked. I lifted her up and put her on George Aniki's back. It was raining hard outside, and Aniki couldn't hold an umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. It looked like Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Krause's voice call to her, she had no choice but to return. Ah, that's a problem.
もう戻らないと。
I have to go back now.
皆さんゲストハウスまでお
Is
戻りで
everyone
すか
returning to the guest house? After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened, and Shannon stepped out.
だいぶ暗くなっておりますので私がご案内させてい
It's
ただ
gotten
きま
dark
す
out. Allow me to guide you.
ちょうどよかったわ、シャノンちゃん。
That'd be great,
ジョー
Shannon
ジ君
Chan.
がマリアをおぶっていってくれるの。
George Kuhn will carry
傘を
Maria
さして
there.
あげてくれないか
Did
し
you
ら。
hold an umbrella for her?
はいかしこまりました
Certainly. Shannon brought an umbrella for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden.
兄貴重くねえか
Hanaki, is she too heavy?
俺が背負うぜ
Want me to carry her?
大丈夫だよ
Oh, it's fine.
マリアちゃんくらい背負える
I can
よ
at least carry Maria.
本当にありがとうね。マリアをよろしくお願い。
Take care of Maria.
わかりました
Okay.
じゃあおやすみなさ
I
い
guess
お
this
ば
is
さん
good night, Rosa.
それではお送りしてまいります
I'll see them when they are in return here. Alright, cool. Please. I'm curious if they see something in the night. I want to see if they get a hint when they travel at night and see like something via flashlight. That's the next unnatural thing or clue they could see, right? Something in the dark? Aunt Rosa watched us leave.
マリア、いつも
Maria, I'm sorry for everything.
ごめん。
Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor any of the kids, but it disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. Looks like we're not seeing anything. After cutting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived at the guest house.
俺がマリアを背負って立候補すりゃよかったぜ
If only I applied for the position of Maria
そうせや
Carrier.
傘を差してくれるシャノンちゃんのでっけえお乳を二の腕でたっぷり
And I
堪
would
能
have
でき
gotten
た
a
って
chance
の
to
によ
have Shannon Chan's huge boobs rubbing all over my arm.
そんなつもりじゃないよ誤解だよ
That's not why I did it. It's a misunderstanding. Uh-huh.
そうしないとジョージ様が濡れてしまうと思いまして
I thought if I didn't walk like this, George would get all wet.
ほーらバカなこと言ってないで入るぜ
Quit babbling and go in. After being urged on by Jessica, we folded up our umbrellas and went into the guest house. At least they have like these overhanging balconies, so the rain's not falling directly on them, right? Kind of
お召
nice.
し物を濡らしてしまった方はいらっしゃいませんか
Has anyone gotten their clothes
タオ
wet?
ルを用意いたしますが
I can bring towels if you'd like.
そこまで気を使わなくていいぜ
Ah, no
あり
worries.
がとうよシャノンちゃん
Thanks, Shannon. You
そう
said
だ
something nicer, but I want that. All right,
僕
that's
たち
right.
はこれからトランプでもして少し遊ばないかって話なんだけど
We were planning on playing cards. Care for
少
joining
し
us for a
一緒
bit?
しないかい
あれ今日のシフト深夜勤は誰になってんだ
Who had the night shift on today's schedule?
親族会議中は特別シフトになってたと思いました
I believe we have a special schedule during the family conference.
少し変更も出てるみたいなのでちょっと確認してきま
I
す
think a few alterations were made. I'll go check.
ああわざわざ屋敷に戻らないとわからないんなら無理に
Well, if you have to go all the way back to the mansion to find out, don't force yourself.
大丈夫です
Oh, that's
ゲ
fine.
ストハウスの使用人室でわかりますので
I can find out from the servant room in the
ちょっ
guest
と
house.
失礼しますね
Excuse me for a moment. Shannon gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. The rest of us headed for the cousin's room and decided to put Maria to bed for the time being. She was sleeping deeply and there was no sign of her eyes opening. For now, we'd get some soft drinks out of the room's fridge and drink those while playing cards or something. The room has a fridge too. Alright.
あれ
Oh.
カノン君
Ken?
源氏様までこちらに。
And you're here too, Ken?
今夜のシフトはどうなっているのでしょうか。
What happened with tonight's shift?
クラウス様の命令があってね。
Kraus-sama has given an
シフト
order.
の大掛かりな変更があったんだよ。
Made some sizable changes to the shift schedule.
ゴ
Indeed.
ーダがお屋敷の深夜勤に変更になった。
Goda has the night shift at the
シャノ
mansion.
ンとカノンはゲストハウスの深夜
Shannon and Cannon have night shift at the guest house.
勤。私と熊沢はゲストハウスに泊まるようにとの
Kumasawa-san and I have been ordered to sleep in the guest house. Okay, so that's really suspicious. Remember that Goda is the person that Kraus and co hired? Everyone else, Goda has explicitly been noted to have been hired by the first brother and his wife. So he's basically like the person they're most attached to. And bear in mind, the wife hates Shannon. I mean, the wife's not collaborating with him, but it's really suspicious that Goda's here. And everyone else is banned from the fucking mansion. So when Rudolfo says he thinks he might be killed, I'm like, ooh, it might be eldest brother doing some really sketchy stuff here. Like, what's he planning? If he's manipulating the servant schedules to make sure that nobody's there and nobody can be wandering around at night to catch anyone doing something incredibly suspicious. Or, you know, you know, it's really weird, right? Like, normally you'd assume the servants are in the... Right, servants are either split evenly, with like 1-1 on active duty, and like the rest sleeping, so they can be at full effectiveness tomorrow. But they're all ordered to sleep in the guest house instead of the mansion where they would normally be, and where there's people they know are going to be up all night. Curious choice. Definitely trying to manipulate things in some way, shape, or form here. It's like it's a big red flag, right?
お前も今夜はこのままこちらに留まるよう。
Just now, a phone call came saying that once you arrived, you were also to remain here for the rest of the night. What? That's a sizable change, yeah.
お屋敷とゲストハウスの当番がまるっきり逆になってるじゃないですか。
The shifts at the guest house and mansion have been completely reversed, haven't they? Yeah. Originally, Shannon and Cannon were assigned night shift in the mansion, while night shift in the guest house, where all the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertainment. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed Kraus had suddenly ordered the schedule be modified. The shifts at the guest house and mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house.
ベアトリーチェ様の手紙のせいだろうね。
Yeah, I'm with Cannon. It's probably because of Beatrice's letter.
多分って。
あんな怪しげな手紙が現れたら、クラウス様が僕たちを疑うのは当然だ
It's
から
only
ね。
natural. Kraus, the Kraus would suspect one of us.
親方様直属の僕
We
たち
serve directly under the master.
極力親族会議の席から遠ざけたかったんだろうよ。
Kraus did his best to keep us as far away from the family conference as possible. Whereas the new guy, what's his name? I just forgot his name. Guda? Is it Goda? Okay, it's the new guy Goda is directly under their control, so they believe he's more loyal to them. Genji, Shannon, and Cannon were all permitted to wear the Yashiromiya family crest One-Winged Eagle as servants who served under Kinzo. Of course, since they were working for the Yashiromiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo. Since only Kinzo had the right to employ them, even Kraus could never have them dismissed of his own accord. Because of this, Kraus and the others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. In fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. This sudden shift was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that it caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, it would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. I mean, this is really suspicious. You moved away all the servants that are loyal to him. You have your own personal servant watching over everyone, including Kinzo. Like, this is red flags everywhere. Kraus definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion. Yes, things we don't want. Things we don't want. Agents of the person we're inheriting money from to be involved in who's getting the money when he dies. Interesting choices. If you excuse me, I'll go rest.
もし何かあったらすぐに呼ぶよう。
If anything happens, call immediately.
今夜のお客様は
Our guest tonight is a special case, after all.
はい、かしこまりました。源氏様。
Certainly, Genji-sama. Genji nodded back, went behind a screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension.
今お戻りになられたのはお子様方。
Those who return now, were they the children?
うん。親族の方々はお屋敷で会議を。
The other relatives are having a conference in the mansion.
だいぶ長引きそうな雰囲気だったかな。
It looked like it would drag on for quite some time.
なら気楽だね。
Then we have it
これ
easy.
以上の深夜になって。
It's this late and there's this weather.
多分親族の皆さんはお屋敷の方のお部屋にお
The rest of the relatives will probably spend the night in their rooms in the mansion.
多分ね。
Probably.
源氏様がいないから言うけど。
I'm only saying this because Genji isn't
ゲスト
around.
ハウス行きになってちょっと
But I'm
嬉
a
しかった。
little happy I was sent to the guest house, I guess.
どうしてだい？
Oh, I see.
意地悪な奥様やエヴァ様から離れられたから。
You can stay away from the madam and Eva-sama, those bullies?
それとも
Or you have
別の
another
理由がある
reason?
のかい？
別の理
Not
由なん
like
か
It's not as though I...
ありません。
another reason? Yeah, of course not. Of course not, Shannon.
そっか。
I see.
なら二人で深夜勤を頑張ろう。
Let's do our best together with our night
よ
shift.
ろしく、姉さん。
Counting on you, Nesa.
えっと
Oh, that's awkward. Alright, good night, my dude. Good night, my dude. We doing this same time tomorrow.
私ついさっきお子様方に
I was asked to go to the
お部屋で遊ば
children's
ないか
room
とお呼ばれしてて。
and play with them. Shannon hung her head apologetically, gazing at Cannon uncertainly. Cannon didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister.
ダメだよ。
You can't.
深夜勤を仰せつかってる。
You were assigned night
それに
shift.
僕たち家具には遊びのお誘いは必要ない。
Besides, it isn't necessary for a furniture like us to respond to an invitation to play.
わかるね。
You understand?
そ
I
んなこと
understand.
分かって。
Shannon's shoulders drooped slightly. She'd already expected that Cannon, a stickler for rules, would say something like that, but she seemed a little discouraged all the same. As Cannon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon.
ならお子様方お待たせしてしまってるね。
Means the children will be
深
waiting
夜
for
勤
you.
に当たってしまったからご一緒できないと謝ってこなきゃ。
You'll have to apologize and tell them you have the night shift and won't be able to stay
行っ
with
て
them.
きなよ。
Go and come back.
うん
Yes.
私謝ってくるね。
I'll apologize and come back. Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew out of the servant room after giving a quick bow. As he watched her go, he took a single deep breath. Genji's voice came from beyond the screen.
カノ、
Come.
私がここにいるからお前も行くといい。
I will be here. You can go too.
源氏様、誘われたのはシャノンだけです。
Shannon was the only one
僕は
called.
別に誘われては。
It's not as though I was
そ
invited.
の場にいなかったからお声をかけられなかったんだ。
It's only because you weren't there at the
言え
time.
ばお前も誘われてい
If you had been, you would have been invited as well.
る。たまには子供らしく遊んでくるといい。
It's good to play as a kid from time to time. Genji seems like an alright dude.
いえ、僕には必要ない行為
No
です。
such a thing. No such thing is necessary for
人
me.
の子には遊びも必要でしょう
Even children may have a need to
が、僕
play,
らは家具ですから
but。we are furniture.
そうか。
Is that
姉
so?
さんだって
Neisan is
家具
also
です。
furniture.
人のふりをしたって
Even if she wants to pretend to be a
後
person,
で苦しむだけなの
it
に
will only hurt her later.
僕はそれが分かっているから人に近づきたくないだけなんです。
I understand, so try not to get too close to people, that's all. Genji didn't say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make powdered cocoa, giving some to Cannon as well. That's some depressing dialogue, alright.
そりゃ本当かよ。
I think this might be the last scene we're covering. Is that for real?
そりゃ知らなかったぜ。
バカ、声が大きいぜ。
You're too-
マリアが起きちゃうだろ。
Yo, wake Maria up. Battler was so surprised he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell into a deep sleep once again. Jessica gave him a jab and he lowered his voice.
あ、いや、しかし言われてみれば確かにそれっぽい雰囲気はあったんだよな。
Still, seriously. Now that you mention it, they really did have that atmosphere, didn't they?
なるほどな。
I
ジョー
see.
ジの兄貴がな。
So George Aniki is... George couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George suddenly said he'd forgotten something in the mansion and needed to go back and get it. Shannon said she'd guide him like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together. Uh-huh.
いや、昔からそれっぽい気配はあったんだ
Well,
ね。
there's been signs of it for a while now. George and Shannon have a relationship, or they're into each other, right? You see that? It's pretty obvious.
好きなものを聞いてきたり、趣味を聞いてきたりさ。
You know, questions about hobbies, favorite
単に
things.
関心を持つだけにしてはどうも。
I always thought it was a bit much for a passing interest, and look what's happened now.
そういや、昔からジョージの兄貴はシャノンちゃんにやたらと優しかった気がするぜ。
Yeah, come to think of it, I think I get the feeling George Aniki's been overly nice to Shannon. It was pretty obvious from the start that they were into each other, and there were hints there, but, you know, they're making it explicit now, that's cool.
なるほどな。
No, I get it. That's right, they're just going to another building alone. Just the two of them. Uh-huh. Nothing loot here.
天気予報によると今夜が一番ひどいみたい。
According to the weather, it looks like it'll be at its worst tonight.
明日いっぱいもやまないらしいけど、
It'll also
もう
last
少
all day
し
tomorrow.
マシになるそうだよ。
It could get a little better.
そうですか。
Oh, yeah?
では、あさってまでは船は来られないかもしれませんね。
Maybe the boat won't arrive until the day after
ジョー
tomorrow.
ジ様の月曜日のお勤めに差し支えが出ないか心配です。
I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday. How old is Shannon again? How old is Shannon again? A young but experienced servant. Isn't she like 18? Alright, I think, is she 18 or younger than them? Is she 16 or 18? I'm trying to remember. I don't quite remember. Oh well. I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday.
台風が来ていることは知っていたからね。
I knew the typhoon would be coming
万一に
beforehand.
備えて月曜日には予定を
I
入れ
made
な
sure
か
I
った
had
か
no
ら大
plans
丈
for
夫さ。
Monday. It's fine.
こう見えてもスケジュールは先読みできるタイプなんだ。
I may not look it, but I'm the type who could plan ahead in their schedule. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance George always had as the oldest cousin, he looked amusingly like a little kid now. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast.
さすが。やがては会社を起こされる方は。
What is this music? No surprise you're so well prepared as someone who will bring prosperity to his company one day.
やっぱり
The romance music is going.
大変だね。
Well, making a company prosper is really a tough
お金
job.
とかそういうのだけじゃないものが
Money is not the only thing
お父
that's
さんのところ
important.
で勉強していてわかるよ。
I learned that when studying under my
会
father.
社を起こすということは城を持ち部下を
Making
率
a
いると
company
いうこと。
prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates.
うちの父さんは秀吉って名前だけあって戦国武将のエピソードがとても好きでね。
My dad loves reading about the great leaders during the Sengoku period in Japan, a hobby that's probably influenced by the fact that he shares Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name. Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name. He specifically said Sengoku, right? But in the translation it says during the warring periods, warring states era.
会社経営の哲学をよくそこから語るんだ。
Much of his philosophy on managing business comes from talking
知っ
about
てる
them.
かい？
Did you know?
戦国最強の騎馬軍団と恐れられた武田信玄も最初は部下たちの結束が
He
バラバラ
started
で
saying in the
統
Sengoku
率力を
period,
まるで発揮できなかったんだそうだよ。
Takeda Shingen, feared as the leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period, started out with his troops in complete disarray and didn't have the kind of strong leadership necessary to utilize them well.
そうなんですか？
Is that true?
なんだか意外ですね。
A bit unexpected.
信玄は部下たちを結束させるため数々のリーダーシップを発揮して
In
いるん
order
だよ。
to unite his troops, Shingen showed his excellent leadership in many
例え
ways.
ば戦
For
場で
example,
武功を立てた部下に対しすぐその場
when
で
a
報奨を与え
soldier
たり、
succeeded well in battle, he'd immediately honor them with a
普
medal.
通こういうのは戦が終わってからまとめてやるものだからね。
Normally, the kind of things put off until after the war and they're awarded all at once.
それを戦場の本陣の中に
He
いながら
continued this diligently
まめに
while
や
on
り
the field
続
of battle.
け部下の武功を素早く評価しやる気につなげたというのは 非常に大きいことだよ。
It was shown that immediately showing his appreciation for his troops' military exploits motivated them in an extremely significant
それから
fashion.
部下が病気で伏せった時には誰よりも早く駆けつけお見舞い
Whenever
を
one of
し
his
た
troops was brought down by an illness, he'd be the first to rush up to them and care for them and so on. I mean, that's just... Knowing what I know about diseases, that's a pretty bad idea. It's like, oh no, he's sick. Anyway, I'll rush to his side. Get sick, now you die. Like, great job.
戦国最強の騎馬軍団を率いただけじゃない。
Takeda Shingen wasn't just the man who led the strongest cavalry corps in the warring
戦
period.
国一の部下思いの人だったんだよ。
He was the strongest person who cared most for his troops throughout the Sengoku period.
そんな方だから部下の皆さんもついてきてくれたんですね。
Because he was that kind of person, all his troops went along with him. The truth was, Shannon had already heard this story several years ago, but whenever a discussion of his father led to this topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. So Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue.
確かに資本主義の世界ではお金は力で石垣の高さでもある。
Of course, in a capitalist world, money determines your strength and the height of your
でも
fortifications.
ね、
But you
戦も
can't
死
bring
も
a castle or succeed
自
in
分
war
一
by
人じゃ
yourself.
成り立たない。大勢の部下に支えられ、その力を借りて初め
Yep,
て成
okay.
立するものなん
Such
だ。
things can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates by borrowing their strength.
それを理解してから父さんの背中を見ると、自分がいかに未熟
See,
で
after understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how immature I
父さん
am.
がどれほどの切磋琢磨をして今日を築き上げてきたかがよくわかるんだ。
I can clearly see how much competition he had to overcome before building up all he has now.
ジョージ様はお父様のことをとても尊敬
George,
されてい
you
る
really
ん
look
で
up
す
to your
が
dad.
羨ましいです
I'm jealous.
あ、ごめん。
Sorry.
別に
That's not how I
そう
meant
いう
it.
意味で言ったんじゃないんだよ。
すみません私も別にそういう意味で
Sorry,
言ったつも
that's
り
not how I meant it either. The two of them awkwardly look at their feet. Shannon had no parents. She'd been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo called the Fukuin House. I'm sorry, Kuin? Kuin? Hello, Kuin? Kuin? Is that not part of the epitaph? The Kuin? Isn't Kuin one of the words they were looking for? An orphanage owned by Kinzo called the something Kuin House? Interesting. Under the guidance of Kinzo, the honorary director of the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance on-the-job serving experience. If their efforts were met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Ishiromiya family. This was considered one of the highest honors for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin house all took names with the character on in them when they served. So Shannon was not her real name. The same went for canon. We already read that in their biographies. All the members of the Fukuin house were orphans. At least they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of this, the orphans had been taught to think of each other as their only family. This is why it seemed so natural for both of them when Canon called Shannon his sister. And while both Shannon and Kanon were working in the mansion, today there were several other servants possessing the non-character. Their names such as Manon, Lennon, who often worked in the rotation schedule. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Yoshiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years, so you could probably say Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to the rule. Working as a servant for the Yoshiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Working the full 3 years would earn more than was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the orphans realized that what a harsh task working for them was, they still hoped to be accepted. Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than others. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit. Kinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and those excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could rely on. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest as servants under his direct control and have them work close to him.
もう勤めて10年近くになるんだっけ?
Been working almost 10 years here, right?
だいぶお金も貯まったんじゃないかい?
You must have saved up a good chunk of money by now.
どうでしょう
I wonder.
別に私買いたいものも特にあ
It's
り
not
ま
like
せ
there's
んし
anything in particular I'd like to buy.
ほんの何百万かあったってそれで残りの人生を過
A
ごせ
few
るわけ
million
もあり
yen
ま
is
せ
not
んし
enough to live off of for the rest of your life. A few million yen! Holy shit, that pays well. Actually, wait, no, does it? Cut off 2 zeros. Few 100,000. Few tens of thousands. That's not that much. Never mind.
目標の額があってお勤めを続けてるわけじゃないのかい？
So it's a few tens of thousands. The reason you've been working all this time wasn't to hit some target sum?
そうですね。
Right.
私はこのお屋敷以外に行くあてもありませんし。
That small tie, it's so cute. It is a cute tie. But I think it actually works with her outfit too, because I'm like, if she had a really big chest, wouldn't the tie just hang out? Like, wouldn't the tie just like hang over the rest of her body and get in the way? I feel like it's a good call to have like a short tie there. So it doesn't get in food while you're preparing it or something, and it looks nice.
お嬢様とも他の使用人の子たちとも
It's like practical and
仲良
cute.
くやれてますし、
I've been getting along well with the milady and the other servants.
奥様には時折お叱りを受けますけど、柄の世話やお屋敷のお掃除も楽しい
Madam
です
does scold me, but caring for the roses and cleaning the mansion's fun.
でもそれは
That can't be your whole life, Shannon. No.
さよちゃんの人生じゃない。
Sayo, Shannon cast her eyes downward when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and fell silent.
僕は成人し社会人になってからも勉強して分かったことがある。
There's something I've learned as I continue to study even after becoming an adult and a full-fledged member of
子供の
society.
頃僕らが思っていたほど人生は単調で短くない。
Life is not as monotonous or short as we thought when we were kids. All school-age kids have certain fears they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day, spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's over. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than a blink of the eye, a period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. The inside of that shell might be hot, suffocating, and boring, but the world beyond is vast and filled with limitless possibilities.
君の人生はまだシャノンという殻の中でしかないんだ。
So far, your life's been trapped in the shell called Shannon.
自分の人生がこの生活のままずっと続いていくと勘違いして
You're
る
under
んじ
the
ゃないかな。
mistaken impression your life will continue like this forever.
それは
Shannon couldn't deny the words. She'd been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle. And since she never had any hope or goals for changing herself, she'd lazily continued living the way she always had. If asked whether it was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She might have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishments, she might have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away bit by bit. Neglected.
ジョージ様、私
George-sama,
は
is it
このままでいてはいけないのでしょうか。
wrong for me to continue living this way?
いけないよ。
It is.
あ、それから今ルール違反が一つあったね。
By the way, didn't you break one of our rules just now? George immediately gave a strict answer and then broke into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head, apparently embarrassed.
僕たちしかいないときは様はなしの約束だよ。
Didn't you promise not to use Sama when the two of us are alone?
約束では聞けません。
I couldn't obey that as a
で
promise.
すが、ご命令でしたら聞かないわ
But
け
if it
に
was
はい
an
きませ
order,
ん。
I'd have to obey it.
私は家具ですから。
Some furniture.
じゃあ、命
Then
令
it's an order.
か
Yes,
しこまりました。
certainly.
ジョージさん。
George-san. As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time following it with San.
それでいいよ、さやちゃん。
That's fine, Shannon. George smiled at Sayo, well, Shannon, no Sayo, to praise her small act of bravery. This short exchange alone made it clear how far back their relationship must have stretched. For a long while, they talked as though the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. I think they're in the gazebo, by the way, if that wasn't obvious. They talked about the many memories they'd built during their relationship that no one else knew about. Once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but they could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other. It's just a cute scene, and fade to black. Or is it going to be the time clock thing?
そうだ。
Oh, it's still going. I think that's a nice ending to the scene, though, and a good place to pause our adventures in Umineko for the evening.